Today's Wednesday, September 28th. It is now 10:11 a.m. My name is Rick Nez. We'll call this RDC meeting to order at this time. Mr. Tahi, could you do the roll call, please?
Chair, members of the Resource and Development Committee, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Regular meeting for Wednesday, September 28th, 2022 at 8 a.m. Roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I'm present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is present. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Good morning, President.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels present. Honorable Mark A. Freeland. Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr.
Good morning, President.
Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. is present. Chairman, you have 4 members available, which establishes a quorum. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. We're on invocation of the agenda that is before us. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, Chairman, committee members, everyone just that is enough. I give it doesn't question so there's an idiot that didn't she it's in the whole benza case of shingsto it to be yati what a be that is echo ashing it's a detail what auto that and those hashing things are the and what I don't have in Kodo, a citizen behat otzi. But echo, Jodo Leco, Stan, Himado, Yazikis Nitra, Nitrite, how did echo, digging echo, how did echo, your nodlino. Your boat zero, as out of the North Shoko, but how did echo. But the young echo has the other short out of a gitahojilna, the check Ivan Saskis at a doesn't that this vehicle. And he madna has stand or Yadilitra and the tries to look at a big yatiko. Did I event it? I ebehini that a young chico. But echo, or the check a doesn't be haditzi. For the Edosh land to different days in the city, Nakanda in the city, who also who quite a Sarkis, a what a good a city cato, Betsy, Costo Behatitzi, the Ashin outlet, the whole only give it after. What I don't they haditzi, baby, tiny clever, without and he came up a card or call, other corn in a it on in that Nas la coco, the Nanki did no. What echo, a call who quite a ya, not oven ye, can only castly, fish bear and be. Mr. Bigage, oh, his hand net, or called a other lake, now the car. And that has the bay neat, teach quite in Anish, and I did need a cop, and he did Resource and Development Committee, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ishmas and what egot ben hit edges and lean, Quiscana, Quina Freda, Date not hatch a holch, what there cocaine should did all. A coconte, Hinek hat, an outlet. Ah, hata. I want it so there's an a large beda ilna. Each when I need yard or this, a quantity large. There was all its info, what egot a, and I did an info, potato eco, a can. And that he don't have a backwind. There's only oddness that he can't launch. I did not adult a go. I was 100 or state ago, the gentleman there. Not saying the co. When it's other, he can't, it's other in that a need echo. And say, action it, it's okay, echo. And he doesn't need so adult a benedni to benashning le ko evika de dishna Johnson ko hon genda hasdi da la bandit ilko ada hon hat ada dilni ya nada hot etoles ayat hot ko nada inishtoles inda hasdi bebenda an shigida ho banda dit ilko itche ho snant adan dindo bisndel nashigin kista ko ada ko jeva dit ahida da hollo ko ado nishin hat agi jo kui na kheda tra ko bista ho neso na khali aslen jinant ada chit kon hilange di be net nistole di be da na khit adolechi da hodo nislen ko je ada hoin je guarde aja hasdi ba hoin ko do be na anish ez ani ada kojetna nabenant ikle kontrago ba na itnes da inneshiki jo aja bhaza ako ni president on vice president ada kojet beshma an the bane tagi to nada tagi benil don hol jo hot legislative branch ki kwag bena anneshiki nadil ko Conte dado hat nanish nanel yado le teacher with edo le ko kushin kate or kito ito asto dit ego da hat ade nan shedel ila sole scout ana bechek nan ako aki scout hat holjish to nahiden il kloto to nahon nadiet nahalandi the nebana an shigi teacher kwagi so be hate or the ko hoda hojitliat he to needs in the ko ka ye that issue to needs and what's up state hegi at the state hegi and the khaya hot state hegi ta ho and the hot ado lebe hata honna dan lenita what hegi ka ye state hegi jo needs and obedenitle ko teach do hotelna that hegi da jo bedenitle what ko we hold justi to what avances kesan jonne kadida huichin halo do sho hotelni da le johnson da sas kes hoda higa do ho shik that hegi never cash ni Oda bansas ke zakot do bogatel nego jota nada haljisto lekin sinako an higa hilt ego ho nani khato lekin de kuita ska ko de kuita ndez de kuita nach go cho hoda bansas ke ko oda yet di chekwat it so doesn't be hitla do lekin jo ba hinsen hot egi oda yet it so doesn't shande do leko I don't that yakon bedil ne higido haye hitne for the bench kan ko de ne zatin oba major ned ne so hata she bench hazen ko hoda so patso hazen ho atla de je so hata do iban sas ke ko to she benil adan da to benil so dan da queenits ne ko also die Party ne so nichts in hier ho hot ähnliches kon nezaten do ba neza fasen ne level khata histo ko hon keda hat ko kaya ta bedotche hon has angelon has ko to ko gente hastra be na hojon sto je ba ke hinsen hodat hegita ko kwat so be hilda do lekti die Party ne ko die ban si kis large kaya ton hitna hot concession ita keding I khato kwat kedon seats nido Asian seats nido khata large nasi seats na ani ho hot kon hinant hot abnan street ik hoye it's so distant do le ko hitnen hol san ya streets of KGK way as chinyaj na hol hol hot ko ni ja ya na tan hallo ta ho pansas ke ko hota aha ne dan halan to napa di ne to napa pasit ne yo need that no what asking ati ne Johnson ko evika hatsun they has said or the teacher yo asigi biji ko but ya shaho age ya season de quality they has said or the so ado ba yos ada kon hol khaishin ni hetn edan den de kehonit nigi ado to betjim denigin de hola John Halchini nas keko best ina de eko hodat hegi hodat von holta ado handa das in der dann das laut ho ata yeko tebel chuda hinil ashin so belash lai hota ho ni kaya kai nal de hegi ka kat ni given that ige ho but so dil zon shi at hot ashin igese so hat also in das case so das teacher so the shando lado lefti internet noch ni ko but also this and do le ko even that de ya da hot ho den ding hojoni saba hojoni chiba hojoni ebigiti ading ho aka ye to adnit ko what ko ebeda inda ebeda azil ebeda nesses ebika hoshin akwai needs in ko ebika ading ni nada hojon do de ko hastan ki ma ya ni ta hote ko also this and do le hojon do le so yet just ko hojon hasli do le hojon hasli. Thank you, Chairman. Back to you.
And Vice Chair Walker. Nachatchadans and do Torres be Korohui Nahil Dohan Son Koroshata. Torres behind Jiggy. She Koronas Nana. Announcements. Mr. Tahi, do you have any announcements for us?
Chair, members of the Resource and Development Committee, there is a petition going around for a Navajo Nation Special Council meeting for Thursday. This special meeting is for emergency legislation that addresses NHA. This legislation is to help those who are receiving the disconnection notice from NTUA. As of this moment, there is only 10 signatures on that petition. It will require 13 in order for Navajo Nation Council to address this special legislation, this emergency legislation. Chair, members of Resource and Development Committee, that is my announcement. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Nandino Senegi, do you have any announcements?
Chairman Kelly.
Honorable Gay.
Chairman, as far as announcement, Ninigi, could we ask? I know they're busy every day. Lay some of our chapters. You dirt road in our area, especially my area, in this Sisajin region, Tachivuga, everywhere in my area, all the 5 chapters. There's a lot of washout that continues to exist today. Halit in that do BIA in county and that I've been sending in specific roads with pictures of people sending me ADG Kodo in that like even right now, there's people trying to have access to certain cemetery because a lot of these cemeteries are away from a main road onto dirt road. So I try not to make it this as a bigger situation, but it is in a way because our Navajo people utilize it every single day. I plan on sending in additional roads in my area to INDOT again and see how they could help out, clear out some, at least make it passable. For example, 860 is a bigger headache for a lot of our Navajo people the article Tiniki to Yego Hajo it's just a matter of like people have to add additional hour just to drive around that area. So 8 years Chairman, how do we really ask to have NDOT and BIA to focus in certain area article that Tiniki that's a listen song the Schneider Chairman. Thank you.
Honorable Begay, what we can do is add it to the agenda and add them under reports, but we may have to have them report at the end of new business because we really need to have this report from NXA and then go through all the legislations. After the legislations, perhaps we can have a BIA and NDOT provide some updates and what it is that they are trying to do to mitigate some of these washed out roads. So in the meantime, I'll have Mr. Tahi contact them, Mr. Garrett Silversmith, as well as BIA, Mr. Mahoja's office, and have them be prepared to provide an update. So we have 7 legislations we need to approve, and I don't know planning meeting bond data. So just for your information, Satsila, you can bring it up during the approval of the agenda as Amendment 1. There you go, yeah.
I appreciate that, Chairman.
Any other announcements? I hear none. We'll go ahead and down to number 2 of the agenda, introductions for all. Let's start with RDC members. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, committee members, staff, written daily Nishiki got the Ahida. I don't quite that is teacher RDC meeting that echo Thomas Walker Jr. age the city twenty heading Nana Hassan to Sako Hassan Kaya to Nakat ni Banashako is once not judge that echo don't mention issuing his between it was it is that what's on the dash shade or tradition national.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Keelan Begay Jr.
Chairman, Gawani Nana, for those that no attention can only a dash Javet and it dash out of this cheat need national. Slash and that paper cut the Shaki a no mountain, Tachibu Gap, Salonica, and with Noslini, other mean farms. Dashi deficit Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Satsila. Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Aro kia kodo, aro sache kodo, da citizen hapa hain zigi kia kodo, Delegate Walker, Vice Chair. Aro inta kodo, the staff so kodo, I see here zinen hago, nikana hino, che nikana ja, aro sama to kodo, here that it I. Aro inta kodo says kahat things I must flaggy kodo here. Aro say kodo Herman Daniels Jr. Aro bet an age. Is het zien dat ze zei. Ado gaat toch dat ze nalle hoe het lini na kreden net dat ze zei. Oda ken hidin niet dolle kodo. Ado na het aan ol zetro santro aren dat apiken. Banashnes. Oda niet weet dat ze dolle. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart.
Oh, good morning,
Good morning,
Chairman.
Chairman, Delegate Freeland on the call.
Honorable Freeland, introductions.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Shantai. Colleagues and staff, I apologize for my tardiness. I was just wrapping up a call with Untitled Chapter on the planning meeting. So, good morning, Shane Mark Freeland this year. I don't think it's Tony Sloan Kia Ani Isha. Send Canada Che, I don't know, but the air is another. A conti also Caris and I represent 8 chapters out here in Eastern Navajo, Crown Point. I don't know how this skis to IA to the west, yeah. I don't going up through 371 Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nayaze. Good morning to one and all, and thank you for the opportunity to allow me to introduce myself. Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, yes, and Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart, Sitzilla.
Oh, good morning, Shania. I don't know, Shania, Kedo, Shaja. I don't know how to do this morning. Like you have, Shaja. I can't in all staff, though. Not I don't just want to get this morning on North Squad. The different departments, divisions, and entities. Got A on North Squad. Good morning. Shaya Wilson, C. Stewart Jr. A and Shiado, but Hadashagi A at South. So epic. I had cheap once a little on the Jada. Those 4 communities from Fort Defiance Agency I represent, and I also represent Fort Defiance Agency on the Resource Development Committee for the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And what's on the Angela as cutting Bash's chain, cutting as shaping for Chanella. I'll consult now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Shay, you have written as in Shia Washanan or Zay Kachin, Bash's chain, San Habishan Dash Shade, okay, on a Dashanella, what I did in Slido Hostrago chapters, one of Nishigate, Cheta Khan. San Juan, Nina Maza, Do Alikai, East Trosaka, Do East Indeshki. Yat, welcome everybody. We'll go to our staff. Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Chair, members of RDC. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm Kiani and Sencha Kenna Maruji from Steamboat, Arizona. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Mr. Mose.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. Chair Leonard Moses, twins to that, Nasha Shishlong, Hanagani Bashis Chin, Ashi Dashi Cheda, Toban Dashnale. Welcome, everyone. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. Ms. Khan.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, Chairman Nez, Vice Chairman Walker, Resources and Development Committee members, Shinigi, Shay Mariana Khan, Janet, Donna, and Shinigi, a twot here, leaning, Nishne, Ati Bashis Chin, Ash Chit, Dashit, Sanji Kina, Dashanala, I could our son, Nishne. Although I had in Tago. So does in Behanzi, Shiaj Delegate Walker. Thank you very much. Very, very beautiful and very good for the heart. Although I had good morning, one and all, Mr. Chair. I will be listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. We appreciate the work that you do producing all these legislations. I know you guys are backlogged, but we try to be understanding. We just want to say thank you, Ms. Khan, and staff at Legislative Council. We certainly appreciate all the staff too. So yeah. From Speaker's Office, Joaquin Yates.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Good morning to honorable delegates of the Resource and Development Committee. This is Joaquin Yates from the Office of the Speaker, Legislative Staff Assistant. Want to say good morning to all guests and visiting officials. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We also have our colleagues on the call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Good morning, Chair Rick Kinez, members of the Health Resource Development Committee. I will be listening in. I do have the legislation on the agenda. So even since we also have Health Education Human Services Committee going on. Maybe not Nasha, maybe total tuna heli to copper mine, bottle we get. The discussions and then Stino is the corny buses chain. For the team that's Tito Kia on Snally that called good morning to everybody and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Nate Brown.
Yeah, Benna. Benanta Shana, Delegate Ricky Nez out of the Resource and Development Committee. Yeah, I am here with Shanella, my LDA, Ms. Hoshnik. Hey, Craigie. That's in it. Although I'm really interested in the report from Navajo Housing Authority and how we can continue to support and bring housing. Hey, Kudo Benyet, that's in it. Toba Hanchlo, look up, Bashichin, Kiani, that's a chat, the Sana Dashanala. Although he had laid down hot so church and be todo Twitter next there. He had.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. Honorable Chairman Jamie Henio.
Good morning, Shananta. Chairman Nez, the RDC Resource Development Committee members Kodo Sitsilid and Notliniga and Notsko. As Chedo, the Shea Yashade Chekodo, the Hashlishin Slot to the Chini, but she's chain. Talk it lineage to Cheda that was additionally that echo. The Benache Kodoidi touching the Tojile, the Tissa Ea Kodoiba, Tadasha on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Hela.
Thank you, Chairman Henio, for being on the call with us today. Other Toto not on in Nelson Hibishbasa, Honor Chairwoman Charles Newton.
Good morning, Shana. Chair Nez, thank you so much for allowing me to introduce myself. I just got onto the line. This is Delegate Charles Newton. Chair Nez, Shana. Thank you.
Thank you for being on the call with us. We also have Chairman Edmund Yazzie. Chair Edmund Yazzie. Press *6 to unmute. We'll go down to Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr.
Good morning, Chiche. The RDC committee members. Good morning. Hey, Raymond Smith Jr., the Janito Vice Chair, Budget and Finance. I just the Navajo Land Commission, I just Vice Chair. The then Shinigi, you have better Zindo, get a Chini, Bashchin, when I need a Shichedo, not Kaidish and another. That's under my total. Not that they don't Kimkedo, they told a without the shuttle, Shinanish, any Bishmasan. We are here, RDC members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Help Arizona.
Thank you. Chair, Office of the President, Vice President, Mr. Davis Wilfred.
Good morning, Chair, members of Resource and Development Committee, staff and other delegates that are listening in and everybody that's listening in. Davis Phil for Office of the President, Vice President, Executive Staff Assistants. Kishichitni, Sando Clash Chain, but I need that shade to the chain, that Shanala. Hopefully I get to see her today. She has her birthday. And good to hear you guys, and I'll be listening in. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Teresita Caution on the call?
Chair?
Yes.
Good morning, Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, Chair. Good morning. Yat Bena, calling from Fire Rock. There's a USDA training going on. So, but I'm on call and just want to send my greetings to the committee members and everyone that's listening. So I'll be on standby, Chair. Thank you.
Kushila Chairman Yazi, thank you for being on the call. Teresita Caution. Mr. Chuck Howe.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair Walker. Thank you. Chuck Howe, been supporting the one-stop shop and the FRF legislation. I'm here to assist. Thank you.
Thank you. Eti Abasta Glad.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the Art Resources and Development Committee. Shea Eti Anderson Abasta Yunisha. Sana Bithni and Shle, Hashklishni Bushes Chin, Tutne Satni Dashanala, Bilagana Dashache. Thank you, Chair, and everybody on the call. Thank you, other delegates on the call. I'm here.
Thank you. Mr. Stephen Chischili from GLAD.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Stephen Chischili Jr., Environmental Specialist, General Land Development Department. I'm on the call if need be, if any comments or concerns. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Melanie Begay from GLAD.
Good morning. My name is Melanie Begay. I'm also with GLAD. I work as an environmental specialist. I'm glad to be here to listen to everybody, and thank you for providing all the information. And yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Mike Halona, Land Department.
Yate Ben, Chairman Nez, Vice Chair Walker, and Honorable RDC delegates, although other delegates and everyone else on the call, colleagues, Yate Ben, Shay Mike Holona, that's a gene, ne toha chedao. Robert Arnin Slon, but she's chained to on the Nalikia, Ani, that's a che, what national. I call AAD could read Nebke about her yards of get distinction that's not there. The Division of Natural Resources, that's the Director, Delegate, yeah, so I just getting what that. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Halona. Mr. Dwayne Crank.
Yeah, I've been Chairman Nez and also Vice Chairman Walker. Dwayne Crank I work now in the Washington office, and I'm the Government and Legislative Affairs Associate here.
Thank you. We have also Ms. Maureen Curley, NHA CEO.
Oh, yeah, I have been Shanala, Chairman Naz, and yeah, I have been to Shanat Ani and to all the members of the council that is on the call today. Thank you to Vice Chair Walker for the beautiful prayer that was presented this morning. It rejuvenates our souls across Navajo land. And thank you to Ms. Khan for all your help in the resolutions or legislations that we present to you on an emergency basis. We really appreciate your help with that. And also to the representatives from the President's office, Speaker's office, And I would like to say that my introduction is Kia Anin Shlon the Bethlehem Bashichin, Kabash Masanago, Dashamasanago Hanavahi Dashanale, Kudae Saninsha. I would just like to say, Chairman, we need your 3 more signatures for that special meeting tomorrow, and I would request that members of the council that are listening, that I hope that you will be able to join us in providing your signature for this special session that we are requesting. Thank you, or the Speaker's office is requesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. Mr. Jason Croxton.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Jason?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
We could barely hear you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Good. Thank you. Sorry for those technical difficulties, but good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and good morning to all council delegates on the call and in the meeting this morning, and to all, of course, the staff that have introduced themselves thus far. My name is Jason Croxton. I serve as general counsel to the Navajo Housing Authority. Kimtla Chitni Nishle, Bilagana Bushes Chin, Twitter Chitni Dajiche, Do Bilagana Dashanele. Good morning to all again, and thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garrett Silversmith, NDOT.
Good morning, Honorable Delegate Chair Nez. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Delegate Chair Rick Nez, and the Honorable Delegates of the Resources and Development Committee, all the participants in this meeting, and other delegates, Honorable Delegates from the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and Garrett Silversmith, Tachi Nishle, Shehim Bashashin, Aro Tkorechi, Nashache, Hanagahni, Nashanala. Thank you for the invite to be a participant in today's meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Silversmith. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council that are on the call, if you would kindly, we would appreciate you signing off on the special session petition. The special session will be tomorrow at 1 o'clock. There's an emergency legislation on there, so we're down on, we'll go to number 3 on the agenda. Mr. Tai, could you read the agenda, sir?
Chair, members of the Resource and Development Committee, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting Wednesday, September 28th, 2022, 10 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Ricky Nez, Chairperson. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Vice Chairperson. Location via telecommunications. 1. Call the meeting to order. Roll call, invocation, announcement. 2. Recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3. Reviewing and approving the agenda. 4. Reviewing and approving the journals. September 20th, 2022, special meeting. September 21st, 2022, regular meeting. 5. Receiving reports. A. Update report from the Navajo Housing Authority on the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the funds expended to date, an NHA effort for an extension. Presenter Maureen G. Curley, Chief Executive Officer, Navajo Housing Authority. 6. Old business, none. 7. New business. A. Legislation 0158-22, an action relating to resource and development, clarifying and amending the terms and conditions of mission site permit to specify that the 5-year review to reevaluate the rent and compliance with the terms and condition is an administrative function to be performed by the Navajo Land Department, directing the Navajo Land Department to develop regulations for the 5-year reviews of mission site permits to reevaluate and rent the compliances with the terms and condition. Sponsor, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. B, legislation 0159-22, an act relating to the resource and development, budget and finance, and navigate committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $10,031,897 from the Citizen Fund for the Mariana Lake Chapter Multipurpose Building Project, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501, Section 2508, sponsor Honorable Edmund Yazzie, co-sponsor Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. C, legislation number 0161-22, an action relating to resource and development, budget and finance, navigate committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $5 million in Citizen Fund to the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company for the development and construction of the C&C store, approving and adopting the C&C store expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC sections 2501 through 2508. Sponsor Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., co-sponsor Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Legislation number 0166-22, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee and Navigate Committee, supporting the United States Congressional Bill HR 8109, title Tribal Culture Area Protection Act. Sponsor Honorable Daniel E. So. E, legislation number 0167-22, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, clarifying Raymond Navajo Chapter Community-Based Land Use Plan, which has reevaluated and readjusted Raymond Navajo Chapter's previous community-based land use permit. Sponsor Honorable Jamie Henyu. F, legislation 0169-22, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving the delegation of authority to the Department Manager of the Navajo Land Department to grant right-of-ways on Navajo Nation trust lands and fee lands, approving the departmental administrative rules and regulations and the terms and conditions for the delegation of authority. Sponsor Honorable Ricky Nez. G, legislation number 0170-22, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving the plan of operation for the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources, General Land Development Department's one-stop shop. Sponsor Honorable Ricky Nez. H, approving a leadership meeting with USDA in RCS, Office of the State Conservationist, on the roles, responsibility, and work for Friday, October 28, 2022 at 9 a.m. via teleconference. 8, close of meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi, for reading the agenda into the record. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart.
Alan.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Any comments or questions on the main motion?
Chairman Allen.
Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, just what I spoke about earlier regarding getting report from, I would say, IDOT, BIA, and counties from my area, which is Apache County 1, 2, and Navajo County 1. Those are the counties that I like to get an update. I just sent an email to all my chapter, CSC, and chapter officials, and I've CC'd our advisor, asking them to, anyway, I'll talk about Odyssey, but I'd like to add, getting report from these three entities. I'd like to add that onto the agenda under the report section, Chairman. Motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Begay. There's a motion by Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. to amend the agenda. Amendment 1, to have a report from NDOT, BIA, the counties of Apache and Navajo in Arizona but also perhaps we could get a report from the New Mexico and Utah portion as well, not just Arizona. But Honorable Begay, could we have this report at the end of new business? As we have 7 legislations that we need to consider today.
Chairman, that's fine because we'll need to have other chapters probably need to submit their request to the roads department, so and have our staff gather the information for the presentation. Chairman, I'm okay with it.
Okay, we'll have it after new business, Aquagishin number 8, and then that'll be an additional report. Although number 9 will be the close of meeting announcements and adjournment. There's a motion by Honorable Begay. Is there a second? One twice.
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. Yeah. Any comments or questions or additions to the amendment?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels.
Yes, Kodo Benitaki Kodo amendment to add a report by NDOT. Kodo that Mr. Chair, you had Viki, Kodo that Anahist on the Chicago, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico. What was that? And the cat, let's get the net, the cat, and then Tinigi, and he shot on. I don't know, should have southern Dostokodo in Utah, the Hotel. I don't know, in Arizona, to the Hotel, New Mexico, Chelsea. Okay, it is out of baby. But I think so here, but don't agree them. But could also say, and you have just that quite a region, they and Hanoi. You had Zico, but she could be this Kiliki. And hoist our whole Navajo Reservation Road. Idiato, Mr. Chair.
Akushila, Honorable Begay, Abiga, New Mexico and Utah will be included in that report.
Chairman, that's fine. Like I said, the comprehensive report is good. Appreciate it.
Good. Honorable Freeland, do you concur?
Yes, sir, Chairman.
Sheila, any other comments or questions on Amendment 1? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chair, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kale votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries on Amendment 1. Back to the main motion. Any comments or questions? Then, yeah. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kale votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green, Chairman.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries for the main motion of the agenda approval with 1 amendment. Number 4, reviewing and approving journals from September 20th and September 21st. Let's have a motion and a second. Shenandoah.
Motion, Delegate Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, thank you. Second by
Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, thank you. Any comments or questions? And these journals were sent to us by Mr. Mose. None? Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Kale was green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart?
Green, Chairman.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries for the approval of the journals. Yes, and down to number 5, receiving reports. A, Ms. Maureen Curley, you have 20 minutes. Update report
Chair,
by the
this is
Navajo
Daniel.
Housing. Honorable Daniels?
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the floor rules and go to legislations first. To see the cater reports, which is under the Mr. Chair.
I'm looking at the agenda. I don't see that, but I believe it's going to be on tomorrow's special session. So there's a motion by Honorable Daniels to suspend the floor rules and go to new business. Is there a second? Going twice.
Kale.
Honorable Begay. Shenandoah Fennegy, honorable members of RDC. The Koro suspend the floor rules. There's a motion and there's a second. Akodita Shenandoah. There's a 1 p.m. deadline today for required signatures. Gese Datidika Shenandoah. Akoidin Hibeshmas anda East Angi Kodo Espahosendo Le Benegi Achat Enegi before 1 o'clock so they can sign off on it. They'll understand the reason why there's an emergency legislation that's going to go before the full 24th Council.
Chairman Kale.
Honorable Begay.
Chairman, I withdraw my second motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels. Nisha.
Mr. Chair, motion deschlich out of second or deschlich. Order sent that, Mr. Chair. I'll withdraw my motion.
Priscilla, thank you. Certainly appreciate it so our colleagues can listen in and also ask questions if they need to. Thank you. We're on number 5, the suspending the floor rules. That was motion by Honorable Daniels and Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. has been withdrawn, and therefore we'll go back to number 5 on receiving reports. A update report by the Navajo Housing Authority on the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the funds expended to date, and NH8 effort for an extension. Yes, Honorable Begay.
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, I want to just kidding. I want to say thank you for that explanation. It really clears up, makes a lot of clarity to the committee, including myself. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Maureen Curley, you have 20 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Shanala, Chairman Nez, and members of the RDC Council and members of the 25th Nomination Council. Thank you so much for giving us this time to give you a report of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. This program ends September 30th of this year, 2022, at 12 o'clock or 11:59 midnight, 11:59 to midnight, sorry. Some of the things that we have in play right now is I'm going to go through first what we have done thus far regarding the ERAP program. From January 1st of 2021 to 9/28 of 2022, the number of clients we have helped thus far is 13,458 Navajo Nation members. We have pending files of 1,138 clients. Out of those, there's 62 of them that have been analyzed and ready to move forward for payment. And there are 607 of those ready to be analyzed or pending files that need missing documents. So if any of you are listening to this presentation who have submitted an application, please contact us if you have any missing documents ASAP. In our portal today, as of today, we have up to 5,708 applications. And of those, 3,892 have been downloaded. I have Chairman Nez, I have Program Manager Earl Tooley sitting next to me, so if I make a mistake, he will be able to correct me, because I don't want to make any mistakes regarding this particular issue. Moving on, the portal as of, like I said, there's 12,000 in the portal. Right now we have 1,245 as of 9/25 that have been downloaded, correct? Yes. And of that 1,245 applications, 450 of them have been do need additional release of information documents. 515 need CIBs, 506 need income infos, 406 need lease agreements from their rentals, and 169 needs W-9 forms. And of that 1,245 as well, there are 273 of them that are on their second request for help. So those are the numbers right now, Chairman Nez, and going to the amount of money that we have spent. I want to ensure everyone that these numbers are as of this morning at 8:50 a.m. Rental assistance, we have spent $16,161,930.71. Utilities, we have spent $2,679,351.21. Internet, we have spent $56,100. And P&A, which is our employees and also all the things that we do for outreach and media support, we've spent $2,059,692.01. So thus far, we have spent a total of 35% of the total amount that was given us in March of 2020. That number comes up to $33,446,552.50. That includes the $12 million that we have obligated in August when we were asked to return money, which we did not return. So our unobligated at this point in time is $59,740,000. $59,740,798.50. That is what we have left that needs to be distributed. So in regards to the ERAP, as RDC may know, we were in Washington the week of May 9th through the 14th, I believe it was. We were on the Hill with Chairman Nez and advocating for an extension in regards to the ERAP. We were asking for an extension simply because of the number of clients we still have that need to be serviced with the funding that we have. And those meetings went very well. We received really good results from those meetings. However, when we went to the National American Indian Housing Council the following week, Jason Croston and I also advocated for the extension to the various senators and congressmen that we had also visited. They were in favor of it. However, the extension will not happen unless it's a bipartisan vote from Congress. And HUD is doing whatever they can to help us. Everyone on the Department of Interior, the National American Indian Housing Council, and all tribes that were represented at the conference are all in favor of an extension, and so as well as the Treasury. However, we are waiting for the final approval to get an extension from Congress. And as Ben Lujan's secretary or his legislative advisor told us, that we probably will not hear anything until maybe 2 minutes before midnight on September 30th. So we're just hoping that we do get the extension. In regards to some of the things that have happened thus far since we returned, we did receive an ERA program closeout notice from the Department of Treasury. And with that, again, they outline our performance criteria and when we need to close down all of the functions with the ERAP. And final report will be going to the Treasury on January 30th of 2023. And the outlines of this particular program states that as of September 30th, we will no longer be taking applications, and all the applications that we have been taking, all those that have been reviewed and analyzed will be the only ones that will be processed after October 1st with the 12 million that we have. So that kind of puts us between a rock and a hard place. So yesterday we had a telephone conversation with Jennifer Peresian from the U.S. Treasury, and we asked her a couple of questions in regard to us terminating the ERAP program altogether. The question that we asked was, with the 5,000 applications that we had received prior to September 30th of 2022 via the portable and the website, and they're currently waiting to be processed with rental arrears up to September 30th, can we continue to process those applications? We are still awaiting answer from Jennifer from the Department of Treasury. She did email us this morning to let us know that she had received our question and that she has forwarded that question to her legal counsel. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Earl, and he will give you a little bit more information on the progress of ERAP thus far and some of the other items that we have in regards to ERAP and what we're going to do, our strategy to end this program if we need to end on September 30th. So, Earl.
Yat en gidini do les aro da kudoi kanis sani shlitoi hedleni vashes chain totsoni. Eshe janale dat ado and that yakudo and kitchotish and deniki. A number of families have been applying to the ERAP program. The furthest out that we have received is a over in China, basically wanting to be relocated back over to United States, and she couldn't move about due to the quarantine. So now she's en route back to New York. We are in communication with them. And then also as far as some of the applicants that are in other states and then also in areas where we would be assisting some of these families and so we're getting a number of second requests that are going to be here. So in light of what we were informed of in regards to those applications that are being assessed, the definition of assess in our mind is that those applications that have been downloaded and the file have been created and all of the documents that are there, we will go ahead and get them ready for execution of payment. And then also those applications that are in the filing system as far as electronic or hard copy, then we will assess those as well. So our definition is that if we've opened the documents and we've downloaded them, and then we have assessed as to what we have are in need of, that is our definition of assessment. Sandeko. So sa aliagido na haneginat abache hunde yago. DKA about what it needs on what our back when needs quacking his horn and lenigi. I don't did the I'd lata code but not one but the test and lenigi so I got eho bitten that understand, but we do have some particular families that have received difficulty in a sense that the landlord may have received payment, but they're telling their tenant that they didn't receive payment, and therefore they would be evicted. And that is where we will we work with our accounts payable, and they send a copy of the check so that they can evidence that they have been paid. And when we have done that, their recollection, the landlord's recollection is, oh, I must have filed it, I forgot about it. And so some of our tenants sometimes are receiving difficulty in that aspect of it. But there are other landlords that will basically indicate that there are some family members out there that have been assisted with other programs as well. They may be of another tribe, that they may have received assistance, and here they come around and apply for ERAP again because there is no duplication of service as far as payment is concerned. And some of those landlords are very honest and forthright in that this family has received assistance before. What would you like us to do with this check? And then we ask them to return it. And so we have some good experiences in that aspect of it. A number of our families increase as far as the request for rental assistance because of the rent increases that they have been experiencing. And in some of those experiences, $700 or $400 of increase when they had been making enough just to be able to cover the previous rental assistance. So the majority of the funds that we do have, we have executed in assisting families, 85%, 86% of that has been going to rental. And then the next one is utilities. And then also the internet is at about 1%. So in those aspects of that, we have been able to assist our families. A lot of college students are going back as well. And so we are assisting them in that fashion. And we want to make sure that we assist our young families that are going back to school, and then also assisting those particular families that might be in difficult situations. Some families are transitioning from living in hotels into living in an apartment and sharing that particular apartment with their particular family members. So it's been able to be a good relationship building with a number of our families that are out there in regards to the 13,458 families that have been assisted. They are requesting, a good number of them are requesting a second assistance. So we are working with those individual families in that aspect of it. And then also we would like to share information in regards to some of the outreaches that we have done in the last few months. That has also increased our enrollment as far as assistance as well. Mr. Chairman, I will turn the time back over to you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Tooley and Ms. Curley. Ms. Curley, are you done?
Yes, Chairman. Just one thing before I close out. We're just requesting, we're just hoping, if you have any information to the Congress people that we talked to when we were in Washington, if there any information as to what we can do to extend this program for another year, it would be really, really helpful. I mean, many voices can change legislation. So if we can maybe do what we can in the next couple of days to reach out to the congressmen and those individuals that could help us. Thank you very much. I turn it back over to you, Chairman Nez.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion, Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, thank you.
Second motion, Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions?
Comment, Chairman.
Honorable Stewart, you have the floor.
Oh, Chairman, thank you. Though, Ms. Curley, Mr. Tooley, Nana Yati, and then the other staff there as well. Thank you for the update and the report and the assistance you are giving to our community members across the nation. Thank you very much for the report and the assistance as well being provided to the Navajo Nation as well. So that's all I want to say, Chairman. Thank you.
Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Shintai, colleagues and staff and everyone on this call. Ms. Curley and your team as well. Good morning. Mr. Tooley, good morning. I wanted to ask about the regulations as far as HUD is concerned. How stringent are the regulations that you have to follow? The eligibility requirements, I guess I'm thinking in cases or in terms of the legislation that I have that's going to go to on the next Nabakiatika agenda related to expansion of eligibility requirements, because the eligibility requirements seem to be a challenge, and 300% below the federal poverty level. We have a population of that, yes, but we also have a population of 200, 100, or even less than that. So I guess it really varies on the eligibility requirements and the income levels that our people make. Some are very low income, some are very modest and median income, and some are doing okay. Well, it seems like we should be helping everyone as a whole. And these eligibility requirements are something I think that HUD needs to really take a good look at, whether it's HUD or Congress. And if this ERAP is also a part of that, that's something that we need to really message to Congress or to HUD and say that, as long as they're Navajo, as long as they have a census number, we should be helping them out. No questions asked, Nahalo. And, you know, I'm just kind of thinking in those terms because of that legislation. If we can get that legislation through Nabakiatke, that would really say a lot to HUD and to Congress and help out a lot more of our people. It would also help out NXA tremendously to get more of our people into homes that will qualify, you know, on that basis. It would alleviate, it would not have stringent or strong eligibility requirements that are very, that are hard for a lot of our people to meet. So I guess that's my question is how do the two relate? I do have an issue with a situation in Crown Point that I'll need to talk to you, Ms. Cully, off record. It's dealing with our Central Valley housing location, but I'll contact you directly on that matter. We're having some issues out in Crown Point related to the housing out there, so others as well. So Eddie Ashanta, that's my comments this morning and my questions, and definitely appreciate Chairman you putting this report on and the discussion related to the emergency legislation. If we can expand that and meet, of course, the assistance, but also look at the utility side too. How can we help out our people with past due utility payments? The two could possibly coincide. And, you know, a lot of fingers seems like get pointed to LAHEAP, but we can't continually rely on LAHEAP and point everyone towards that way. Every additional resource that we can matter and muster for our people is a win. And I think that's something we need to look at is all avenues of resources. What is out there? What is available to help everyone as a whole? You know, there's people in the nation that need help. Yes, but there's also people in the urban settings that need help too. Yes, and I think that as long as they're enrolled, as long as they have a census number, we should be helping everyone that is a member of the Navajo Nation, all 411,000 of our people. So those are my comments and my questions, Chairman, this morning. And I look forward to a further collaboration and discussion, and even a trip to DC to meet with HUD and have a very good talk about, give them heads up that, you know, we're going to have a potential legislation, or even if it's passed by then, to start garnering support on expansion of those eligibility requirements, because, you know, a lot of our people were put out of work during the pandemic too, and a lot of them are in need of dire help right now. So we got to look at everyone as a whole. So that's my comments and my questions this morning, Chairman. Thank you, Shanta.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Ms. Curley, your response.
Yes, thank you for those comments. Cecilia Freeland, and also to Councilman Stewart. There's two different things here. HUD is totally separate from the Department of Treasury. The Department of Treasury is the one that is the caretaker of the ERAT program. It has nothing to do with HUD at all. So all of the criteria that was been sent down to us is from the Department of Treasury. And you were talking about the eligibility levels for the ERAT eligibility. The eligibility is based on the U.S. medium income in whatever area these individuals are in. When they submit their application, that is the medium income that we are utilizing to pay out for their rent, their utilities, and for their internet. And you were asking about utilities for all Navajo Nation citizens across the board. The legislation that will be in front of you tomorrow is going to cover the utilities for everyone that has utility bills overdue or in the midst of getting disconnected. That is the legislation that will be before you tomorrow, and it's a totally separate legislation or a totally separate item from ERAT. ERAT only takes care of the rental, the utilities, and the internet currently under U.S. Treasury. the legislation tomorrow is a part of our drawdowns that we need to utilize, which is going to be opened up to all income levels that will be, like I said, for the disconnect services. So I hope I have explained that in clarity. If you have any questions, we're on standby to take more questions. Do you have anything in regards to that, Earl? Chairman Ness, I'm going to turn it over to Earl to answer as well. Thank you.
In regards to the eligibility for the emergency rental assistance program, basically the family member will need to submit a CIB. Their various income could be varying. It could be an individual just saying that I do sell breakfast sandwiches in the morning, and this is my income, or they can go provide their 1040 form from their last income tax filing. And then also that they would need a lease in their particular name. And also the other aspect of this is to have a completed application. But one of the areas that I've been receiving a lot of comment on is as far as eligibility and income. I want to share with you two income brackets. Let's say one for Phoenix for a family of 4, it's $70,650. So if a family is making less than $70,650, they're eligible. As opposed to Albuquerque, a family of 4 making $60,400. This is what we're talking about in regards to the U.S. median income. And when we share this information with families, 95% of the families that submit an application are approved. Those others that are not approved may be for basically not having a CIB. Also, it may be also for a mortgage payment that they're requesting assistance with. And so the assistance that is provided for applicants that submit documents, 95% of the families are assisted with the emergency rental assistance program. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Curley, as well as Mr. Tooley. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Honorable Freeland, do you have a follow-up?
Chairman, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Curley, Mr. Tooley. In regards to the ERAP, I guess what I was trying to do was distinguish eligibility requirements for both. And this legislation, I think I heard you correct, Ms. Curley. You said it would help all, right? So that would mean on the nation and, of course, all of our urban Navajos, too. And I think what Mr. Tooley, what he just explained there, the median income level of the two cities, I don't know. I've never lived in Phoenix, but I would imagine the cost of living there is probably a little bit more than Albuquerque, or vice versa. But it seems like a family of 4 making $70,000 is eligible versus a family making $60,000 in Albuquerque is not eligible. So I don't know how that determination is made, if it's based on cost of living or anything like that. Just hearing from some of our constituents that live in Albuquerque, they do continually need the help. They're working as much as they can to try to make ends meet, but it seems like a lot of our people are trying to play catch up right now, and that's the hard part. Is it seems like we're trying to make ends meet, and I think they're doing their best, but we got to figure out a way to get them some help to help them get caught up in some form or fashion. So if it's going to be looked at across the board to everyone, I think that's going to be a great initiative. And of course, the legislation tomorrow really definitely takes a good look at and comprehend. But everyone across the board should be getting help, whether they live in Albuquerque, Farmington, Gallup, Denver, Salt Lake City, Phoenix, Tucson, Los Angeles, New York, wherever. They should be getting help in any form or fashion. So I just wanted to mention that and say thank you again for the update, Chairman, and to the NHA team. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Ms. Curley?
Thank you, Cecilia, for that, for the question and for the comments. Just to clarify, yes, the legislation before you tomorrow will be for all income levels that are on the verge of disconnection. That's the key to it, is that those that are on the verge of disconnection, and they will be able to be assisted with that, the set aside that we have done here at NHA. As far as ERAP, there are stipulations that are in play and that have been put in place for them to qualify. But again, the legislation before you tomorrow will be for all income levels. And I understand that people are playing catch up, and I understand that people are in need. You know, I see it every day, people coming to our offices asking for help, and we're doing the best that we can to assist them. And I hope that that everyone understands that we do need to lend a helping hand in every capacity that we can possibly do so in order to help our Navajo people. So that's my comments, Chairman, and back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. We certainly appreciate the work that you do, that you're finally, as a CEO, working with the board members. So, yeah, Ms. Curley, for that. Keep on working with the board. Honorable Freeland?
Chairman, I'm sorry. I have one last question. Will this emergency legislation include all utility companies, including Continental Divide? Are there co-ops, Continental Divide, Haynes Mountain, City of Farmington, Socorro Electric? I know NQA provides the majority of electricity to our people in the nation, but we also have co-ops out here on Eastern Navajo. If we can ensure that language is included to include all utility companies, and then you also have the likes of PNM, you have SRP, you have APS customers as well, Rocky Mountain Utility up in Utah. So I guess if we can look at all utilities as a whole, and I don't know if there's any language that will be related to that, these utility companies, Chairman, and Ms. Curley. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Ms. Curley, your response?
Thank you, Cecilia, for that question again. As far as I know, I'm going to say yes to your question. However, I am going to hand it over to Aniva, who has been working with our legal counsel to get this legislation through and actually to get it aired for your session tomorrow. So she has a little bit more detailed information on this particular legislation that's before you tomorrow. Aniva, Chairman.
Go ahead, Ms. Yelsey.
Thank you, Shanantai, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the RDC Committee. Thank you again, and I apologize, I wasn't on earlier, just doing behind the scene work. But Shay and Nipa Yazin Shet Sinajan in Schla, Twitchin, Epashin, Twokana Dashit Shay, Holso, Etashanala with I, Stanenshle, Donley, Bahastadan Shigahoa. And so what we've done right now to respond to Honorable Freeland's question, there were two resolutions approved by the board, one last Friday. That was to amend the second amendment to the CARES Indian Housing Plan. CARES is one where we're COVID impacted. All that we're talking about right now, presently, is about all those families that were impacted because of COVID. We've all been affected, right? Low income, high income, non-low income, let me say. So that CARES was approved by the board in the amount of $10 million, and that was amended. That was approved last Friday, September 16. So we have that program to address the non-NTUA customers, including heating utility, propane, and natural gas. We have the time to announce it, to work the details out, to offer assistance to affected families that are on the verge of disconnect or they're in arrearages that could not qualify under ERAP, could not qualify under LIHEAP and so forth. So Ajago AI $10 million by so that is going back before RDC for just the normal signature. The other segment of the crisis that was brought to our attention initially by President Naz last Sunday, September 18th, was the NTUA crisis in terms of the lack of payment such that NTUA could not sustain their operations. And that would pack all the families with the delivery of electricity and water because they have certain obligations they need to meet in order to continue services. So with that, that's the emergency legislation that's come with respect to the 2022 IHP Amendment number 1. It's already known the number of customers affected. We also met with NTUA since last week and this morning again to talk about impacted families on the verge of disconnect. Recall that Walter House, the general manager, had stated to us at the leadership meeting that he needed to he extended the customers 1 week extension on not disconnecting. That lapsed last Friday, but there's also a tier ship in which they would do that. So we were still working with our board to approve the other package, which is the regular IHBG Indian Housing Plan. We're working upon that. We also have a unspent funds challenge as well. And so that was the avenue that we took to assist NTUA up to $10 million. That's another allocation to help with our NTUA impacted families, which is the majority, though recognizing that we have other non-NTUA customers. Cares for 10 million. Tomorrow will be the 2022 IHP amendment where we can process a payment to NTUA by Friday. And so we're working the logistics behind the scenes to get that done. We've also conferred with HUD and alerted them in advance, and they are really supporting us to get that done by Friday so that we can do one large drawdown so that we can help amend the shortages that NTUA is looking at for continuing services for the masses. So we do agree and understand the impact. So just know that the CARES, it's already been set up to help all low income and non-low income. That's a given for the 10 million. So we'll go to a task as soon as RDC signs that legislation. That's going through the normal process. Because of the 2022 IHP Indian Housing Block Grant funds that need to be drawn down by Friday, 9:30, that's what we're expediting this process. And conversation with the leadership was that it would be best in the best interest of our families that are affected to use the emergency legislation route because we can't wait for that 5-day process. So that was agreed upon by RDC, by speaker, and therefore we presented that and they drafted and dropped the legislation. That's how we have been working behind the scenes to get this done. So appreciate. So there's been a total allocation of 20 million combined with the Board of Commissioners that approving this. That was approved Sunday, the Amendment 1 to the 2022 IHP. Hopefully that provides some clarification. We will move forward to help with the assistance offered. And the only reason we looked at NHA's resources too is LIHEAP, the new allocation won't roll out until October 1. Although the Treasury's Homeownership Assistance Fund that can also help homeowners with arrearages and homeownership payments, mortgage payments across the country, right? And that's been administered by the Division of Social Services, Deanna Deswick-Gishi. That probably won't roll out until January 2023. We could only look at the NHA's resources at this point to immediately roll out services for the help until they also can then step up and augment the services to our people. So we still have LIHEAP LIWAG and homeowners assistance fund from Treasury to help our people too. So I think to the extent we can all coordinate amongst the tribal departments and the tribal enterprises to assist, but we're going to take that first step to provide that assistance on the first round. So not the first round, but for impacted families. I hope that provides some clarification, Mr. Chair. I'll yield back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yazzie, for your explanation. Ador shouldn't not senige ador is not the console. Then had it account so the daily the emergency legislation. Anbetaton il Sosiki, a Hashan and I, then Lenike, Koro RDC, that as 18 hidden under Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., though, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, though, Honorable Freeland, Honorable Daniels, and Honorable Stewart Yahadas, the Kaleta into in hidden Navy Chanda a Lala, the it's an store Tobias Yahadas, Egg and a leggy kidded and a slink of an own but that at all cast of it on need again, been in Naqui Chahadas station and a koi hati koro sa betan hadit ahin sohden deliben nach into a do kodo in a beshon and kodo deos cargo a hagila be has ani kitty ndo casco a sato people can't all let no utilities gates public end at all gation ben ya hat as can a court I job but she been not hit a never to this case need and I could also conscience that on il trust all this though a corridor but it's not that not just the 300 base out of a have to don't ain't spending none of any dice not I want to go in his and other list or Honorable Freeland your follow-up.
One last comment or question. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the Board of Commissioners for voting on this on Sunday. Thank you for the executive team of NHA identifying and coming up with this plan and working with RDC and executive offices on this. And 20 million will help a lot of our people out. And we're very appreciative of you taking this initiative to help our people. And very thankful to NHA for stepping up and making this happen. So much appreciation. In regards to the ERAP again, I guess my last question pertains to mortgages. Aisha, are people that have home who have bought a home. I can think of a lot of our Navajos that are living in Phoenix that have homes. Aisha, will we be able to help them with mortgages in these situations? Whether they're Phoenix or Albuquerque or Salt Lake or Denver, or even in St. Michael's at Kerrigan, will we be able to help them, or is it just for rental? I know it says emergency rental, but does Treasury allow for mortgage assistance too? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland, for your question. Ms. Curley, your response?
Yes, thank you, Cecilia, for that question again. On the ERAP is only for rental assistance. As far as housing, if they're behind mortgage, then that particular segment from the Department of Treasury has been handed over to the Division of Social Services, Miss Deanna Deswood Gishi. She's the one that's in charge of that. And last I heard that they were still, in fact, we got a call from Treasury yesterday asking who was the caretaker of that particular funding for they were looking for the plan of operations. And the tribe did get 50 million for that particular assistance as well. So housing, mortgage, Deanna Gishi, rentals, or anything, housing or apartment, that comes to us. So I hope that makes a clear distinction. Chairman, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor.
Yes, Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee members, the staff, OLC, the OPVP, I think, hitting date, what they call, the presenters, though, NHA, should say, Ms. Curley, Ms. Yazi, and your staff there, for being on the call today and providing really important, critical information. So the timing of it is just, I see the timing. So it's very important that we leadership be focused on tomorrow's discussion, deliberation, decision on the legislation that's going before council related to the subject matter here that's being reported on. Although, just as mentioned by Chairman Nez here, just last week, a little over a week ago, Resource Development Committee members had started advocating, amongst ourselves on although reaching out to our staff and then, of course, to NHA, NTUA, to Nassau Division of Social Services and OPVP.ag. So, what ego, to say that the advocacy is there, has been demonstrated, has been responded to Mr. Chair. We appreciate the working, the partnering here on this matter, figuring out some possible avenues, pathways, and ways to address these issues that our people face every day. It's been like that for a while. Board of Commissioners, I had a chance to attend their meeting virtually. I appreciated the amount of discussion, amount of consideration that went into their discussion as far as that resolution that was mentioned earlier. I know their consideration pretty far, because it's all about using federal funds to be compliant with every agreement they have in place with the federal government, as well as the Navajo Nation government, all internally, NHA. They as council members, as legislators, we are certainly advocates and representatives for our people. In this time of need, that's very, very critical, very important. Isn't so? Is oversight our responsibility, and we do have boundaries as an oversight committee, those that we provide legislative oversight to, the enterprises, the entities, the divisions. Just being mindful of our constituents and the regions that we're from. There are situations, I think sometimes just need to mention some of those situations to give people some to give some context to the discussion here, the issues, the situations, the problems, the emergencies. I have a constituent in my region that is a NHA tenant, and the family had been providing water to people in the community during the government shutdowns, especially at the chapter houses. Some chapter houses have their compounds or their yards fenced in. They also have water loading facilities that are operated by NHA or NTUA, I'm sorry. When the government pandemic came in and was, everyone needed to protect themselves. So there were the public health orders where there were shutdowns of public places and certainly local chapters. During that time, people were looking for water. Some people provided water from their own homes. And in this situation, an NHA tenant had provided water to community members. That practice continued, and the family accumulated a very high water bill. Well, I know it's an NTUA question, but NHA does have a hand in this also. I would like to again just mention that there are these kind of situations in our communities. Although we also have an elder that has been displaced due to a number of circumstances. The had applied for ERAP and was deemed eligible and has been provided assistance. The concern about the ERAP expiring, while somebody's been provided assistance, so they've been given a place to stay, and that's being funded by ERAP through NHA. When the ERAP expires, what happens? Especially those that are given temporary or emergency shelter. What happens to those are people that are relying on that assistance? That'd be the question. The earlier, those are comments that I want to make, Mr. Chairman, though, committee members. Again, my appreciation to all that have responded to the call of RDC. Chairman, thank you.
Yes, of ticket though NHA bestow board members, so it's good. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? I hear none.
Chairman?
We'll go ahead and
Chairman?
go ahead and accept. Yes, Ms. Curley?
Yes, may I make a comment on Councilman Daniel's last question about the expiring of the ERAP for the individuals? In regards to Councilman Daniel's question, or question is about what happens to those individuals that do not have a place to go once ERAP has ended, those that are in temporary housing or in a temporary situation such as a hotel. I want to put your mind at ease, Councilman Daniels. NHA is currently working on a real property policy, meaning that come October 1st, we will have a meeting of the minds again on our executive staff, and we are going to meet with our board of commissioners. If they're on the line, then I guess it's probably going to be on the October agenda for the work session. What we're proposing is that NHA begin to purchase apartment buildings in those areas that have the most individuals who will be without housing, such as the Phoenix area and the Albuquerque area. We need to develop a real property policy for HUD so that they can be able to help us with this initiative. We understand that there's going to be hundreds of individuals that will be without housing once ERAP has ended. But on the other hand, we are doing whatever we can to assist them to provide housing once it has ended. So just kind of keep your ear to the phone or to the desk or whatever it may be, because we will be coming before you again next year to propose those sites that we will be acquiring for the individuals that will be looking for housing. Chairman, do you have anything, Anita? No. Earl?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you to you, Chairman Nez, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Curley, as well as Mr. Tooley and Ms. Yazzie. Honorable members of RDC, one last time, any other comments or questions?
Chairman, this is Thomas Walker.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor.
Yes, Ms. Curley, it was Delegate Walker, myself, that asked that question. The petition for special session, Nikki, just to let you know, I had signed it earlier, although it looks like we got information back that they have enough signatures now. We can have a special session for tomorrow. Yeah,
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, for making that announcement. We have the 13 required signatures for a special session. So it's launching the emergency legislation. Any other comments or questions, honorable members of RDC?
Chairman Nez, may I?
Hear none. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. This is Maureen. Thank you so much for the signatures on the legislation or the special session. I really appreciate the council delegates that have stepped forward to help us with this. And just to Councilman Walker, I sincerely apologize. Thank you very much.
Okay, honorable members of RDC, are you ready to accept the report? We'll go ahead and vote on it. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, I vote green.
Chair Nance.
Thank you. Yes.
Chair Nance, I apologize. This is Delegate Charles Newton. I did have a question.
Just one moment, please. Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, would you withdraw your vote first, and then we'll give a little bit of time to our colleague, Chair Charles Newton.
Yes, Chairman, I can do that to allow our colleague to speak to the committee and to the audience and to the report. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Charles Newton, you have the floor.
Chair Naz, Auto RDC, thank you for allowing me to ask the question. I was trying to text Chair Naz. For some reason, my text wasn't going through, so I do apologize for that. I do have a request, and that is if I could get that information in writing regarding the report that was provided to RDC. And then my second question is, I know that a lot of our constituents are saying that when they're trying to call to ERAP that nobody is answering, or they're getting emails saying that they're approved, but then later on they're told that there's no more funding. So what number or what numbers are the numbers that they should be contacting to get information about their application, and who should they be talking to? Thank you, Chair Nez. That was all my questions.
Well, thank you, Honorable Charles Newton, for that question. It's very important. I see corona items kidiki neden budget lahan to left or hele bachan or zitona but it all kisti irap and then Ms. Curley, could you respond, please?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Councilwoman Charles Newton. The ERAP department does have like 6 lines that come into the office, and there are people on each one of those lines. And I'm going to go ahead and hand this over to Earl because he oversees the entire department and he has more information on what goes on with the call center with the ERAP. Chairman Ness?
Ms. Curley, could you also respond to the question on having this report in writing from NHA?
Oh, yes, Chairman Ness, most definitely. We can get it in writing, sent it over to you. Give us a little bit of time to review what we've written, and we will get it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tooley, you have the floor.
Thank you very much in regards to having this discussion. The ERAP program, we have a number of numbers, and I'd like to share those with you. The most common number that people are calling is 928-871-2669. The additional number that we have is 871-2690 and 871-2633. We also have 928-729-6384, 928-729-6395, and 729-6609. Those are the additional numbers that we have provided. We are accepting applications by mail, by walk-in, and yesterday we had some families show up at the office and we were able to meet with them outside to assist them with applications. So that is the activity that we have as far as increasing the availability of our personnel to answer questions. And then, of course, we still have the ERAP online at NavajoRentHelp.org, where people can apply. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Curley and Mr. Tooley. Honorable Chair Charles Newton, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, Chair Nance. I got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 numbers. I missed one number. It was the first number. I have 871-2690, 871-2633. I didn't get the other 871 number. Can I get that one repeated?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Wait. You have to wait for Chairman.
Yes,
also write those numbers down when you send a written report. We would appreciate that. Go ahead, Mr. Tooley.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, the number is 928-871-2669.
Thank you. Honorable Chair Charles Newton, any other comments or questions? Follow-up?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Chair Naz.
Question na here na den kitigi Asian benachin ahus and do nada ist isto arushnant sash na idas kit. Oh, that's end that. I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay. Honorable Daniels. Press *6 to unmute. Honorable
green.
Freeland. Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Freeland.
Green chili.
Thank you. Honorable Stewart.
Green, Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Begay.
Delegate Kell votes green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. We'll accept the report from NHA, Ms. Curley, Ms. Yazzie, and Mr. and Sago. Discussion on it, or less 1 o'clock or special session. The sponsor is Honorable Wilson Stewart on that emergency legislation. For your information, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
So next, number 6, old business, none. Number 7, new business, none. Honorable Paul Begay, are you on the call, sir?
Honorable Chair Nez, yes, I am on the call. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A, legislation 0158-22, sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay. And Mr. Todd, could you read this into the record, please?
Chair, members of the Resource and Development Committee, you have legislator summary sheet tracking number 0158-22, date September 14th, 2022. Title of the resolution, Proposed Standing Committee Resolution, an action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, clarifying and amending the terms and condition of mission site permits to specify that the 5-year review to reevaluate the rent and compliance with the terms and condition is an administrative function to be performed by the Navajo Land Department, directing the Navajo Land Department to develop regulations for the 5-year review of the mission site permits to reevaluate the rent and compliance with the terms and condition. Purpose. The purpose of this legislation is to clarify and amend the terms and conditions of the mission site permits, such as the permits would state, this permit shall be reviewed every 5 years by the Navajo Nation Land Department to reevaluate the rent and compliance with the terms and conditions, unquote. In addition, the legislation would direct the Navajo Land Department to develop regulations for the 5-year reviews of mission site permits to reevaluate the rent and compliance with the terms and conditions. The Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Paul Begay Jr. for tracking number 0158-22, an action relating to resource and development, clarifying and amending the terms and conditions of the mission site permits to specify that the 5-year review to reevaluate the rent and compliance with the terms and condition is an administrative function to be performed by the Navajo Land Department, directing the Navajo Land Department to develop regulations for the 5-year review of mission site permits to reevaluate the rent and compliance with the terms and condition. Section 1, authority. Pursuant to 16 NNC Section 1151C, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has authority to give the approval for permits for mission sites on behalf of the Navajo Nation. B, pursuant to 2 NNC Section 501B2, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has authority to give final approval for all land withdrawals, non-mineral leases, permits, license, right-of-way, surface easements, and bonding requirements on Navajo Nation lands and unrestricted fee lands. This authority shall include subleases, modifications, assignments, leaseholds, encumbrments, transfers, renewals, and terminations. C, pursuant to 2 NNC Section 501B3, the Resource and Development Committee is authorized to delegate its power to appropriate divisions of the Navajo Nation for efficiency and streamlining of government process, provided the committee first grant final approval of the rules and regulations governing such delegations. Section 2, Title 16 of the Navajo Nation Code provisions with respect to termination of mission site permits. A, pursuant to 16 NNC Section 1158, the Navajo Nation Council adopts 16 NNC's Sections 1151-1164 for the issuance of permits in missionaries and missions bodies to conduct religious and other related activities on the Navajo Nation. B, pursuant to 16 NNC Section 1152, no mission site permit may be renewed or issued except for the revocation based basis, provided that such permit shall be canceled by the secretary for the failure to carry out the purpose or purposes for which it is renewed or issued within a reasonable time. See section C, pursuant to 16 NNC section 1164, if a missionary or mission group shall fail to pay yearly rental fees due by December 30th, prior to the year for which the such fees are due, the mission site permits granted such missionary or mission group shall automatically terminate. Section 3, terms and conditions of mission site permits with regards to review and termination of the mission site permits. A, the Navajo Nation terms and condition of mission site permits for mission site 10/01-2014 at paragraph number 5 states, this permit shall be reviewed every 5 years to reevaluate the rent and compliance with the terms and condition. B, the Navajo Nation terms and conditions for mission site permits for mission site 10-01-2014 at paragraph number 15 states, the Navajo Nation may terminate the permit for a violation of any of the terms and conditions stated herein. In addition, the permit shall be terminable in whole or part by the Navajo Nation or authorized representative for any of the following causes: failure to comply with any terms and conditions of the permit or if of applicable laws and regulations, non-use of the permit, and the use of the land subject to the permit for any purpose inconsistent with the purpose for which the permit is granted. Section 4, findings. The Resource and Development Committee has approved several mission site permits for various religious institutions throughout the Navajo Nation. These mission site permits resolutions have included the approval of mission site permits terms and conditions. B, the mission site permits terms and conditions include a provision for a 5-year review. For example, the terms and condition for Red Lake Grace Bible Church Resolution RDCA-10-17 with its Exhibit F and terms and condition is attached as Exhibit 1. The terms and condition of RDCA-10-17 Exhibit F states that this permit shall be reviewed every 5 years to reevaluate the rent and compliance with the terms and conditions. D, there is uncertainty as whether this review is to be performed by the Division of Natural Resources Department or whether the Resource and Development Committee is to conduct the review. E, the function of reviewing to reevaluate rent and compliance with the terms and condition is an administrative function that should be performed by the Navajo Nation Land Department. The Resource and Development Committee is not an administrative body, rather it is a policy-making body. D, if the Navajo Nation Land Department determines that the rent should be amended, the purpose amended would be presented to the Resource and Development Committee through legislation. In addition, if the missionary or mission group shall fail to pay yearly rent fees due by December 30th prior to the year for which such fees are due, the mission site permits granted such missionary or mission group shall automatically terminate. 16 NNC section 1164. F, if the Navajo Nation Land Department determines that the terms and conditions of the mission site permits are not compiled with the terms and conditions stated that the permit may be terminated, the proposed termination of the mission site permit would be presented to the Resource and Development Committee through legislation. Terms and condition paragraph 15, 16 NNC section 1152. Section 5, approval. The Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby clarifies that the terms and conditions, paragraph 5, require to review a mission site permit every 5 years to reevaluate the rent and compliances with the terms and conditions is administrative responsibility. B, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby amends the terms and conditions of the mission site permit such that, quote, this permit shall be reviewed every 5 years by the Navajo Nation Land Department to reevaluate the rent and compliance with the terms and conditions, unquote. Section 6, the directive to the Navajo Nation Land Department. The Navajo Nation Land Department is hereby directed to develop regulations for the 5-year reviews of mission site permits to reevaluate the rent and compliance with the terms and conditions. These regulations are to be presented for final approval shall be presented for approval to the Resource and Development Committee 30 days after this resolution is signed by the Resource and Development Committee, chairperson, vice chairperson, or pro tem chair. Attached as Exhibit 1 the terms and conditions for mission site permit, Red Lake Grace Bible Church permittee, for mission site 10/01/2014. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary for Legislation 0158-22, sponsor Honorable Paul Begay Jr. This legislation was posted on September 15th, 2022 at 9:58 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended September 20th, 2022. There was no comment supporting this legislation, there was no comments opposing this legislation, and there was no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Chair members of RDC, that is legislation number 0158-22 read into the record. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion, Daniel.
Honorable
Chairman, I
Daniels,
second.
thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, if you have any comments or questions on the legislation? Nanda, Bahar Sihish, Bahar Schneiderski.
Chairman, Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. Hold on.
Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay, you have 20 minutes to present, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Ricky Neff, Vice Chair Shanala, Honorable Delegate Thomas Walker, members of Resource and Development Committee. Indeed, the legislation, I don't think it needs any discussion on it. Especially with all the things going on. Daniel Toin here at Laholo. Distinguished or you, Michael Outland the Hollow. So this legislation are for people that use Grace Bible Church in the area of Tonalea community, Tonalea, Red Lake, or yeah, the church. Every 5 years permit or Diego Bikeho the Navajo Waniki Kota Nasti Ka of course La Nakashi not nanal into adolescent can not eatle Fisa the Hollow Ado Yahit Ego the Otnapahas Angi Lord how that's the picture now it outside that's the because Joe Hotegi Asian review is and even the legislation Sabitan it in non source the unneeded not or no Bahazan go 80 or Bahaz Angi Grace Bible Church. So, but now ego could ego loss. John go quite na outland is the Kaji archer to the yacht. I don't know not nail yagi that or Kados and leader. I don't know how the AP hot the Tidaco. So, Obe last linky issue idea in Hinch Kid on it. I don't know yet. Hayley Lana is so Halit out or Lisa no. Shinzago Naski got there. We spent 2 or 3 months going around in circle on who should be the body to approve the permit. Called the 1,000 and how long not not sponsor a huge source now long in the legislation. So quite a shade oh you're not addicted that holla. Upon the legal counsel, Mariana Khan, she quite shakado and was she's not my agent, but just for clarification, they quite a shaya hatotzi. Ado a baby question, clarification, Bisha Abilik, Bedini, Chair, Honorable Delegate Ricky Nez. Ado the legal consultant Mariana Khan she clarification gain to explain the lashing the kid Grace Bible Church the agent she they got on the air also Jamie Brown will go issuing other Shabbat the also issuing other from Hitcha or catching Mariana Khan Shabbat the chair chairness a potato like she had.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Ms. Khan, your clarification.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I am ready to do a little bit of explanation on this. I hope I don't lose anybody in my explanation. I'll try to be as clear as possible. And just as Delegate Paul Begay has stated, at the request of Grace Bible Church, the request was made for legislation to renew the mission site permit, and to do it through legislation. To renew was the request. And I received the request and looked at the documents, and I went to the language in the Navajo Nation Code that speaks to mission site permits. And I also went to the language in the terms and conditions which each church or mission is given when a mission site permit is approved by RDC for the particular mission or church. And I looked at the language in those two documents, that being the Navajo Nation Code, Title 16. And those are the provisions that are in the findings of this legislation. Section 2 of this legislation quotes sections of Title 16 with respect to mission sites. And there are two quotations having to do with mission sites, and also the terms and conditions also. What I was finding is that there is no requirement that a mission or a church get a new resolution to reapprove a mission site permit that has already been provided and approved by the Resources and Development Committee. Rather, all I could find was every 5 years. In the terms and conditions, it states that every 5 years, the permit is supposed to be reviewed with a V, reviewed by, and to determine whether or not the church or mission is complying with the terms and conditions. And my reading of review, the word review, and reading what is in the terms and conditions and Title 16 is to review whether or not the church has paid the yearly rental fee, and whether the church has, here was a description, whether the church is using the property as it for a church. And let's see, the language for the three things that, let's see, page, let's see. Whether the church was using it for the purpose it was set up for, whether it is paying rent, those are the essential elements that a review is done. And my understanding is that those particular functions is something that the land department or a department within the Division of Natural Resources has the individual's employees to contact the controller's office to see whether or not rent has been paid, if there are any overdue amounts, and a determination as to whether the property, in this case, the 3 acres, is used just for the church mission site purposes. It is my conclusion that the Resources and Development Committee is not set up to do that. Rather, it is the division, a division department, such as the land department, that has the employees to contact the controller's office for this review to determine whether or not the terms and conditions are being applied with. And Title 16 and the terms and conditions do state if the rent isn't paid and if the terms and conditions aren't applied with, for instance, if the church is using the property for a purpose that is not related to mission site permit, then in those instances, the permit should be terminated. In which case, the administrative individual, such as the land department, would make notification that there is a need to terminate the mission site permit, in which case that could be put as legislation to the RDC at that point. However, the RDC does not have is not set up to do a review itself, to make calls to the controller's office to determine whether rent has been paid, and to go to the site of the mission site to see whether or not the mission site is being used for the purposes of a mission site. For that reason, I drafted the resolution such that it is very clear that a review is an administrative function, and that should be done by a department within the Division of Natural Resources. And if the reviewers determine that the terms and conditions are not being complied with, then legislation could be drafted to terminate a mission site permit. That is the reason in the approval section of this legislation that, let's see, let me go back up. In the approval section of this legislation, it very specifically clearly states that which entity is to provide the review, and that is at page page 4, the approval section, section 5, states that that the Resources and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby clarifies that the terms and conditions, paragraph 5 requirement to review a mission site permit every 5 years to reevaluate the rent and compliance with terms and conditions is an administrative responsibility. And B, that the Resources and Development Committee makes it clear by stating that this permit shall be reviewed every 5 years by the Navajo Nation Land Department to reevaluate the rent and compliance with terms and conditions. And Section 6 provides for a directive to the Navajo Nation Land Department to develop regulations for the 5-year review of mission site permits to reevaluate for rent and compliance with the terms and conditions, and that these regulations are to be presented to the Resources and Development Committee 30 days after this resolution is approved. And I want the committee to know that I have received at least one other request for what for this for the RDC to review or renew another mission site permit. So it is timely, and I think it is at this time that would be helpful for a clarification of that one responsibility. And as I've put it written into the findings, that this review of determining whether rent has been paid and the terms and conditions are complied with is an administrative function. Again, if it turns out that the rent hasn't been paid and the mission site is being used for non-mission site purposes, then legislation can come at that point to terminate or the lease or alter the lease of the mission site permit in some way. I hope this is helpful in understanding the purpose of this particular resolution, that legislation that is before you, and that is to request that the Resources and Development Committee clarify that the Land Department has the responsibility to do this review. And it is an administrative function, and that regulations should be generated for RDC to approve. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope that in some way clarifies this situation.
Thank you, Ms. Khan, for making that clarification. Let me go back to Honorable Paul Begay so he can complete his presentation.
Thank you again, Chair Ness, Vice Chair, Honorable Delegate Walker, and also members of Resource and Development Committee. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification, interpretation of this legislation. Ms. Mariana Khan, we all know that the purpose of some of these missions and churches on our nation serves our people. The delegate COVID-19 Olian Hini Haslin Kodashin so Ashintan Hiotlan Lahagi Benachakotego. So doesn't be what got out of the Naan fast from the Klingin Hiotlan art. Ako even Nacha Bechanani Klido be inail be nasita at Italy is Hita. And they go larger to Choho either Haleko Tini Dakota Nishitin Pitcher Choil. We seek higher power, a higher power that we, the five-finger people, cannot handle ourselves. For each one of us have our own beliefs, our own way of reaching out to the higher power, and this church serves with the community of Red Lake, Tonalea area, Cow Spring. People come to commune with each other, and the congregation is rather large right there at Grace Bible Church. Very visible from the road. I'm aware that there is no pending fee payments or anything like that, and the church is there strictly for the purpose of serving people spiritually. If I may, Ms. Chairman, I'd like to give a little bit of time to one of the members of Grace Bible Church, Jamie Brown, to express her gratitude for this legislation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, you have the floor.
Yet, Halana Shanat Ani, though not Ani Batindash Nashi, though not Ani Bandash Nashi, though not so could the horse Nangi, though contact not Hagi, yet, Jamie Brown explaining this year, Nast as a couple Hansley, Kia ani bashichin, Lizasan dashiche, do tachi ni dashinala, a cut adi in Shilla. Bega shibit hoto, Tonahedli, do e anasha, do kodo e Red Lake Grace Bible Church, ba atratasada, cornal tos, not ani, shnot ani, hatsigi, e con, benya atratasada. Good afternoon, honorable delegates, members of RDC and staff, and all those who are a part of this meeting. My name is Jamie Brown Espling. I am from the Cow Springs, Red Lake, Tonawea area, and I'm here on behalf of Red Lake Grace Bible Church. Thank you, Honorable Begay, Paul Begay and Ms. Khan for all your work on this mission site permit renewal application. We greatly appreciate your tireless work. Kodo Shnat Ani Paul Begay do Ms. Khan ko Naslisho Konza Holjish do Anot a Shnat Ani Dan Lini Ado ko Not Ani Basindash Nashi. Not ani bandash nashi kon eya nebetako hot eya nita ado bayadalki ado konalso nihitatos ni isto eya bayadalki e ba hensen do ba hetanitzen kodo e Red Lake Grace Bible Church because ando heha in Chicago ba hetanitzen so a kodo bahades a Red Lake Grace Bible Church. Thank you for your consideration. Ado a Red Lake Grace Bible Church is located in Red Lake, Tonawea, Arizona. We are at approximately milepost 346.2, approximately an eighth of a mile west of Highway US 160. Red Lake Grace Bible Church conducts worship services on Sundays, Wednesdays, provides Navajo scripture reading classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and other gatherings, whether in person or virtually, for spiritual growth throughout the week. Red Lake Grace Bible Church also conducts baptisms, weddings, and assists families with funeral meetings and funeral services. Kokodosh not ani yahatsi I see isohodente lo e ani yego e sotizen kodo e ya Red Lake Grace Bible Church do la e sotizen kwa yahane jahedo laj hanazini ko kwa Red Lake tonahali bisnahat sodo benago lago e ya sotizen be himije o e kodo Red Lake Grace Bible Church ko anhifi hana jahedo la akon hinago ko asen hashnet and lini e put e ya I see bahata stido e put e ya kodo the imbazad be ilchahon e do be sili e ko be inzeno digin inzenit ya be kai do nas be kanija ko I see Bahia Danitson. In addition, Red Lake Grace Bible Church hosts Vacation Bible School, youth activities, events for men and women, camp meetings, and special meetings for Thanksgiving, Christmas, and Easter. The existing site is a 3-acre site that contains an existing 50 by 50 foot sanctuary building. We have an 8-foot by 6-foot indoor restroom and shower. We have an existing 20-foot by 20-foot kitchen building, an existing 30-foot by 28-foot outdoor dining facility. We have an existing 41-foot by 32-foot covered ramada. We have an existing 10-foot by 11-foot temporary storage building, and also an existing permitted wastewater system through our Navajo Nation EPA. Our future plans include an approximate 25-foot by 20-foot restroom facility. We do currently have an existing connection to the electrical line and water line. We are current on all fees due to the Navajo Nation, including mission site permit rental, business regulatory, EPA, and we are in good standing with the Navajo Nation business regulatory. Red Lake Grace Bible Church is deeply honored, utterly honored to be able to share truth and hope through the gospel message of God's holy word in our immediate and surrounding communities. We again are deeply thankful for your consideration, for your support in support of our mission site permit. And kodo bahas igi ayan shilhas anigi ko shinat ani hati ask ida kosa do ifshaho do hone adzili jo digim bazabit ado be akwa nankin ado o kwa hundod nif benach aya kon plan hilchedish a dirako Psalm 23 bito disin bitani na din kado hatso dit aya kwa ilchaho ko kwa hadat ini do lana danizini do yete danlini ja shini honit nihijo nahajo paye ko ado lana badanitsin ko yodeni ni ado ko kwasen khashine danlini ko eya ilchaho danso hot eya bisda hit kwa boholni hiya yaske boholni edbe na honslengo sha halian no yaske kodo ene boholni edbe na honslengo sha halia do beden slenda do nan fe khas eya at ehi date okay nahinesh kheko ashosen Toda zei babako shanaga she sezini at echo shanayo lis bijit benachet kogit ego da hunt ego shanaga eja anone the chaha o des bekoko yach shahde bahat zedi do bik eshliet do khala neshli ash eba ado nitsachal enda nikis ede be haosne Shida anai da benas baka adane altigo shains and ado akashit sipa and shibe etlanende wo ale ani ya adat ehi enda ahasini ein isti bejit shilholo ado enda hol ago bohli bikin bi cashed idole no hot adi in bazar baka ko dit lago da baka ko ko be chana itle be zilon sahake be zilo inna akodit aya an hilchina adole koshnat ani do ko anos so tainos agi ha kon so aya hasti dole. Thank you very much for your time.
Honorable Begay, Paul Begay, are you done?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of RDC. That will conclude our presentation on this legislation. Thank you.
There's a motion by Honorable Daniels, second by Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Freeland, I'll go to you first, and then Honorable Stewart.
Good afternoon. Honorable Paul Begay, thank you for the legislation. Thank you, as well as Grace Bible Church. Thank you for your presentation as well. I do support the mission site lease renewal, and thank you for doing this. And there's a lot of our churches, unfortunately, that are operating without a mission site lease. So thank you for putting that into place first and getting that done. I want to commend you for doing that. I guess, Chairman, my question really is for Ms. Khan and I guess ourselves. It's more sense of the legislation as well really addresses the policy and really is concerning to the I thought we had several work sessions on home site church site leases, home site leases, as well as the cell towers. There was a draft regulations that were put together previously, and I think we need to go back and look at that document. This legislation seems like it really addresses the policy as well as to the regulations. Is that something we can pursue and look at? Is that something we need to bring back to the table? Because I know with Land Department and GLAD, they were working on addressing this. So we need to get these regulations completed. I know there was a draft regulation somewhere out there and we need to finish that and get that completed. So when a legislation like comes before us like this, we already have the regulations in place, and it doesn't give all these directives and whatnot. So I guess that's just my comments and my recommendations, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're asking for clarification from Ms. Khan. Ms. Khan?
Mr. Chair, and members of the committee, I do not have at this time the request and the regulations that would be for mission site permit regulations. I do not have that request. I do not have a draft. If for some reason I have misplaced, and I would certainly like that to be pointed out to me. And in fact, if that's the case, and if this situation has been taken care of by that draft, that certainly would be helpful. But I did not, when I was reaching out to Department of Justice and Division of Natural Resources, that it was not pointed out to me that there was already regulations that I have not drafted, and this situation would be covered by those regulations. And as I stated, and as has been stated here by sponsor of this legislation, the church has been going back and forth and trying to get some resolution to their request for what they're called renewal of their permit. There's other requests for legislation on renewal of a permit. And I don't have the draft church mission site regulations. And I'm sorry if I have misplaced them, but I didn't have them, and I didn't receive any communication to Division of Natural Resources and the Department of Justice saying there currently is a draft that I haven't made a legislation for. If that is the case, and that there is a draft legislation that has been submitted to me that I need to draft a resolution for, I am sorry, I couldn't locate it. And that being the case, and there being requests by delegates for what's being termed a renewal of these mission site permits, I decided something had to be done right now. But if it's the desire of this committee to wait for a comprehensive presentation as to mission site permit regulations, then that is the prerogative of this committee, is to wait for a comprehensive presentation by the Land Department and General Land Development Department with regard to regulations for all mission site permit issues. It was just my concern that the sponsor of this legislation was being questioned by his constituents as to why legislation was not coming forth regarding their request for what they're calling renewal. And Mr. Chair, one more thing I wanted to make clear is nowhere in the code Title 16 mission site permits or in the terms and conditions does it state that a mission or a church is to come to the Resources and Development Committee to have their permit renewed. I cannot find that language anywhere. And that is the reason I wrote the legislation like it is written, because the word is review as opposed to renewed. And I did ask for clarification from the Department of Justice and from Division of Natural Resources, where does it say that the Resources and Development Committee is to renew every 5 years these mission site permits? And I was not given the language in Title 16 or in the terms and conditions. And that is the reason I asked for that. It asks for clarification in this resolution. If it passes, it would clarify that the Navajo Land Department is to do the review. If it is the determination of this committee that mission site permits are to come before the committee every 5 years to be renewed, that can be written into rules and regulations. At present, it is not there. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. This is
Chairman?
Etsy Asta from GLAD.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Khan, for that. What I'll do at this time is we have been working on the church and mission site lease regulations for a number of years now from GLAD as well as Navajo Land Department. So at this time, I'm going to give some time over to Mr. Mike Halona to respond to these concerns that we have today. Mr. Halona?
Chairman?
Yes?
Chairman, this is Rodney.
Yes? What did you need?
Chairman, I want to just provide a little bit clarification. I know everyone is using the word renew and reviewed interchangeably in this conversation. This legislation does not talk about renewal. This legislation talks about review. It's two different types of languages. So the legislation that we have been working on, the church land use permit regulation, in that draft legislation, the proposal, it talks about renewal. What Ms. Khan has drafted for this legislation talks about review. So I just want to make that clarification for RDC members and those on the call to understand that there's a distinction between the two, and that I do have a copy of the latest draft church land use permit from the General Land Department on this that we've been working on, and I will be sending it out to RDC members as well for your review also, that in that proposal, it does not mention review. It only talks about renewal. Back to you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you for the Mr. Tahib. Let me give some time over to Mr. Mike Halona.
Hello, Chairman Nez, so Vice Chair Walker, Honorable Delegates, Resource Committee, other delegates that are on the line, although Delegate Piquet, Katlan, you have, has only had in lagi. Change suddenly on a deshne. Oh, I need not hot the mission site, but not in the short, not source and done they have. Title 16 behind it, AGA, 1970, and don't knock cons. A co it don't knock cons and don't is Sarah, that's what they did. Ebik, Hunza, they need niche, a coat, the hot, Zado, the hot. It a mission, though missionaries. It doesn't a yap, Ilagana, that's a day, ya, I just the Hassan there. On hinted nay at Arge, the Hasado, the church that Yosli, which in Dodge, of course, Edo, the need has only to George Ada Sato 8 and the BIA was a lot at the no show. I had a call 2016 at 2014 at a BIA. Has only using we don't have a coita and that the no a mission site regulations in docas. Hot art or none a god or nick. Yeah, it's a 14-step process. Let's change it to a 7-step process to get a new permit. Auto renewals, Auto 2016 General Land Development Department. Department Manager Ellerina Yazi. She drafted the first church land use regulations. Auto public hearings. We took all those comments. Regulation, church land use regulation. One of the big ones is right now you're saying 5 years renewal. In the proposed regulation, 10 years at the because 5 years is pretty quick. 10 years at the even the renewal aspects and so that's one of the things you have to look at. If you're going to renew something, if you do it before it expires, then it's an administrative process. If you wait for it to expire several years and then come and say we want to renew or expire, that's why there's a process of going back to actually get another permit to continue operation. According to deregulation, the work sessions upon the 23rd council. And they did Lado, so there was a legislation that was developed for it all the way up to the end of December, the last RDC meeting. Sponsored Ohio. There was no action done on the church land use regulations at that time. 24th council that not has been Chairman Nez just what I died so what at Hanada seal Hunzauni Aro Sahoy Sapinata had did so Aro Sai had a did so Jona da dik as that the Nido Benata deadness. And we've had several work sessions. Ado legislation the Aja Hodges and that it not work session go hello. Public hearings Ado fancy kind of they are down at Ado we got legislative council Dana Brogoff to also agree that those public hearing notes, comments, everything are still intact, they're still valid. So public hearings have been conducted. But we did have one final public hearing at Cuneros. We heard so since then it has come back and it has gone through the review process. And my understanding is that it has been dropped at Legislative Council for legislation to be developed. Legislation acquire regulation. So all we need is the legislation to be drafted, developed, so RDC can act on the revised, updated, modernized church land use permit regulations that has been in the works now for almost 10 years. So Chairman Nez, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holona. Let me go to Honorable Stewart.
Oh, Chairman.
Honorable Stewart.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
My questions are related to what Shanad Mark Phelan was saying is that the legislation and gave the definition, but we got that from Mr. Tahi on the review and renewal part. Also, that if this was going to be, but reading the legislation, it does state that it's using a church as an example to this process. But I do agree that we do have, and we have been working with the former director from there, Ms. Yazi, on several issues with their church regulations and updates as well. And that, that's one of the items that, we haven't gone back to revisit to finalize. And so I think that once we do that, that would put a lot of these back in order. Then once we do that, then my next question would be, then how does that relate back to this one here that we're going to be voting on today? Shanai, chairman and colleagues for Resource Development Committee in that area. And that was just my main question was how is it gonna, is it two legislations in one? But the other one is, like I said, that's my understanding, is that it was just using that church as an example for the review on it. And then I was looking back at my legislations, but mine were just related to churches being established that didn't have church site leases. And that's my comments, Chairman. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., you have the floor. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., press *6 to unmute.
Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Chairman, several areas, the legislation, Nikki, we don't want to subject a church here to be part of a legislation to go into Title 16. The intent of it, for them to be utilized as an example. I never seen any legislation referencing an example. Any legislation, there's always a supporting resolution from any organization like the chapter, the veterans, that's part of the exhibit of a legislation. Change it should be a standalone legislation without referencing any church or mission. Church that haki aja did our best bahasa behas ani sahanda yitla kat ebe kwak be na onish ebe bikano johat niro lehint akode kat behas ani change atlanka ko kunna. The church is being referenced and is going to be part of Title 16. Akonas what they used. Several council later, ended up but not anguish I believe that we need to make that changes. Then the other one is section 2 at letter B. It references a secretary. Secretary Ahish Nila, section 2 in the I believe was the findings. Section 2. Who is being referenced here as a secretary? I thought we're requesting the land department to do the reviewing and canceling the permits. So I think that needs to be, I guess, clarified as well. Now, Chairman, the RDC member, I kept di bahanas lay down the queen the sheep and hit hasi. First of all, where do we draw the line as a Navajo Nation government to say that we're overstepping our government authority in really putting a policy of how faith-based organizations to conduct their religious practice? How far are we? Are we really going over the line to say that
Yes.
Chairman, somebody's interrupting.
Please
as
mute
usual.
your phones. Please mute your phones. Thank you. Go ahead on, Bob Guy.
Okay, I lost my train of thought here. Dik at the nen linikin latte. Tun late no wata ba kwan sing koko. E dik at o that tata inahaki. For example, Lutheran Church, Catholic Church, they wanted to do their mission practice on the Navajo Nation back in the early days. 1960, Navajo Nation, but that's another even within our treaty, it indicates part of it is mention of missionaries. Ako itan kuch yahat blagana to hit ashin the ne yahin ko between shahodat haki kwake. So there's indeed ego nhabe bestahos tron hit no shin hut ashin koto bebe nachshin dik adakolan dit ke yaki na the dot after kwake dit so there's a niki in indole kwake on the Navajo Nation shimpati ni dan but the one thing that we're not realizing, maybe some of us are not realizing, is that a lot of these family church on the Navajo Nation are not affiliated with any other mission, like the LDS Church or Jehovah's Witness or any other for example, LDS Church have the headquarters in Salt Lake City. The congregation, now, the I'm not affiliated with anybody else, but this is me in educating myself. That spiritually did so the Zendiniki Akoko. So not just a link. And there are our Navajo people. Are we still going to blanket the outside organization to say that, okay, the Bible don't be holding it like other quackity or that the net de kaki pepe has on your own kettle to stop Joe and Halon by Yale deed. And I think that's where we still need to have a further discussion on it. Chairman, deed, mission site, Lisa Niniki. Ako Khaled la AD has showed the nan Liniki party nis without interference for them to come to the council, especially to the oversight. This should be just an administrative matter. Kodo yego, kodo the nebit for the don't need a scripture in his yelka. I hate all kodo baby not to what it's nail park go yego shannon asate. Not to say that I'm doing it, but maybe I'm being interpreted of doing that. But the point is that the admission site lease at Indy has jo had Niniki has jo did ego did Abby has only my other reason of why me saying this, and I know I should say, Mr. Halona, you heard me brought this up several times. The Lutheran Church in Mini Farms. It's been in litigation for I don't know how many years now. Why is that an exception? At Lutheran, the former Lutheran Church in Mini Farms, but yet the net o aji at the hanako at osa tapagan the snow quid the sheep hanasi dot at it ahot Kiniki at the condemned sheet at Celia, but yet the residents Saki or the Nasa, they're not even from our area, but they live in there. It doesn't make sense for us to push certain policy, but yet with the existing situation, we're not really enforcing it. Look at the Catholic Church. I don't believe it's being utilized as well. The net you no bayata tiki atten sato yego the na locally to sato and that these some churches, I'm not saying all of them are. A conquered church had the entire the funeral service that no but yet everybody is just resorting to having gravesite service. So these are the areas that a lot of our local churches needs to really step up and help our community. In some areas, and what I said is rather than them paying a rental fee, in-kind service to the community, wine that puts a nice side at Nisa. Oh, you take other dick a drug to the ne. Oh, you hit the nan linigi kate can latte. Or AA program, but in the hutchis are what the did help out with the social environment of a community. So he did up as was since with that stop quack. I mean, you're already doing a lot for the community, so could mission site fees and gishing on a installed list. Had no that has job baby to yell to dog other base cut nature, Hoshi, Yada Ehenson. Yes, I'm all over the place in discussing and making a comment. But again, the point is that I believe a lot of our local church organization, we're going to be really bombarding them with a lot of policies and regulations for them to say, I give up, but I'm still going to pray in this facility that don't need. And I know and I believe a lot of them do have a good organization. So chairman, so that way churches don't need to come to the council or to the oversight committee to say that, can you allow us to continue to practice our faith at this location? And then for us, and who are we to say, yes, we're giving you the blessing. So those are the areas, Chairman, this is me, of observing of how things are going. Nikki Baby Nutchet. But the hotel and all this, don't take a hands on it, hotel and don't in lot, it's not a deal, it's a con. Out of the great other customers and the change out of case on its up the hash ask the no city next door. Aggregation and with this legislation, for another church organizations to be included in the policy of a Navajo Nation code. I believe that we're going to the extreme in saying that, okay, now you're part of the title now. But even though it does say just example, but out of how many are we making an example out of this church right here? So maybe my formal request, if we're saying that we need to these policies need to be abided by, maybe a side note or a side request, while the legislation is before us and while we're discussing that, could I request the land department, whoever, to look at the situation in the community of mini farms? There's 1, 2, 3 major organizations, facilities are just idle there. But yet, certain amount of land is just being utilized for non-development, for other purpose. So what that and I know that there's a 164 review process update. If you look at it down at the bottom, I know there's one from one of my chapters is also still in the reviewing process that's going on almost, I don't know, a year. I don't know what not review. So what does that mean? In the meantime, if their mission site lease is not being renewed, but still, I believe that the praying and the teaching and the local organizations continue to conduct what they're doing right now, even though that the policy says that this has to be in place. They mean that. So, Chairman, according to legislation, Nikki, not church and Nikki. Bendiana Kreko any could be has on it asati banate in the show a quack by it ne. Belans link the end day shock at Cochit a baby can now not on a my oversight committee do it that response and what are Yelana sling needle list. And yes, give it to the administration. Let them address it administratively. And even the local chapter and seeing what ahola. But somehow we really need to take a step back as a governing body or a government to really giving somewhat a blessing to organizations to say that okay, but I would request if this particular legislation is developed appropriately, as indicated by the Legislative Council, then I guess I don't have a problem supporting it. Mission site lease of this particular church. Mission site lease give it for that purpose, church, if they are asking that, maybe they just need to provide us a support statement. Then it belongs to Lindo had Ilya Gunda just shock at Kodob and Yahangi Quag and Nach the cut. John not later be not later could Ashin hat or Taho Archie, not Sosin Hichahundo, think to ship it at the end the oak. Eliot Abba Nasti or this chairman door. Again, there's 1-2 question at the beginning. in I desk next Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for stating your concerns over the legislation. As the chair of RDC, I'm going to provide you with my recommendation. I believe we need to go back and have a final work session now to have a refresher review of their proposed church mission site lease regulations. Akoy hadisad na kigo hidden dahaki asai go behodosin. Jo kwabakagi a reviews nela ida. Ado the church site regulations as aja a yahar renew no baka akwati kwagi hasht adol nitigate ashin kwagi ehst eliago ajigo legislation eliago, and I don't think that final regulations has been sent to RDC for requesting a legislation. Ato debate nita yet a cohort sponsor of saying the bigger erotaga Chairman Edmund Yazi Yoke na di shahado seto sponsor sleh noya yaskina a kotidi a bahunsen koroto bahunosen shnant I not leniki did it the nipe or laki salahaki wait ocean that hadin the hill soslae is a ben hagabedin net laiti hut our church jita Our churches aren't el nadas nelekot endi benakagon at the net sotelzen. A quat sotelzenikish e apebedat et e. A quati church ge quahund edo leto quahot ae behes anin hadador nes bedat neneki anant ador let a hobedat no hala asti. Begin beza bigiji no tin leniki but doctrine would go hollow. Ik eho no tinsiki a coage asate hot ebedi nego edo best eda ebonina ha le United States to go on now there's a separation of church and state ne so bahwin ed and the hundred and the ocean nahasharo lesti their worship service bedi ninigi up banasla Kodohonel yala nan nestobet ninigi anan sto khala khida bakha chiligedo yaha khaje bigeto khwejo khweyo nepanache ajit ne icha akohot ego ba honosando ba honitsin shintide konelt en helledo but no di kwan khahot zoki church site because age every year ko nan plate but ninigishe sahot anana sat land department so what heki akwaki agi lushat kid did maybe Ms. Khan could let us know where this legislation is. I think I might have been the person that dropped it off. I've dropped off quite a few legislation requests. So, kwagi hajo koro benda hado zinto benacha. Akoido each church what an hitata and hekata asti ba behas ani iliago based edo le asata administratively they can have their own renewals. It'll be without reviews. It can just be renewed between them as well as the land department. So Ms. Khan, do you know where that legislation is at this time? Give us a status report on it.
Mr. Chair and members of the Resources and Development Committee, I have a staff member currently looking for a request to draft a legislation to approve mission site permit regulations. She's at this point, she has not located that request. Perhaps the request never formally was submitted. Without a number that she would give me, I don't draft the legislation. I need a sponsor and I need exhibits and such. As you know, each Navajo Nation Council, the request for legislative drafting begins anew for each Navajo Nation Council. This is the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The 23rd Navajo Nation Council has finished its work, and the 24th Navajo Nation Council comes in and puts in requests. Like I've said, the staffer is looking for that request. As soon as she finds it, I will let you know the number of the request and the individual who was sponsoring the legislation. But from what I'm hearing is the regulations are not finalized and ready for legislation at this point. Mr. Chair, that is my update, and the staffer is looking as we're speaking. If she comes back with a resolution with a request number, I will let you know. I'm sorry, I don't have anything other than that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan, for giving us an update, and we'll patiently wait on it. And also, Koroti or renew Chico other regulations go be na si link way out and the guest hit or less quite a hot edit or less though the cycle then hitch in health so it's going to take a while, but if it's all just under one regulations, it would be better to do that. Hot abe. My recommendation to you, honorable members of RDC, Koroba Yastiki. Chair Charles Noon, are you available to speak as you requested?
Chair Naz, can you hear me?
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair Naz and RDC. Thank you for this conversation. I got onto RDC this morning hoping to hear the report on the emergency rental assistance program, and then also to hear this legislation as well. I do have churches in my community that are also affected with this, I guess, with the leasing. They also have questions on whether legislation would have to be dropped in cases of transferring a lease from one church to another. There was a question, I think, about whether biological, archaeological clearances also have to be done, especially in light of a church already being in that location. And I too had questions, and Ms. Khan, has been really great. She did respond to my questions regarding one particular church that I'm working with here in the Sherpa community, but I'm not getting a response back from Mr. Mike Colonna, and I'm not getting a response back from GLDD, who were CC'd in that email. And I think that the questions that I posed are kind of similar questions to what has been discussed during this meeting here. So I'm also interested in the outcome of the decisions that will be made regarding the churches. I too have questioned whether, whether we as a council should even be involved in the leasing of these churches. As Chair Naz stated, there's that separation of church and government and church that we often see. And when I found out that we would have to get approval, and that I myself, as a council delegate, have to write a statement saying that I don't oppose, this church coming into the community. I thought it was very interesting, because I've never seen a form like that before, and I'm still not even sure how to fill it out. And so that was the purpose of me reaching out to GLDD, was to find out, how do you fill out this form, and is this form even necessary? I feel like, it's for me, it's a little bit hard to have to fill out that form because I'm an official, I guess in some capacity. I'm a government official, and it's like this church is asking my permission, to come into my community to establish a church, and I just don't feel comfortable with that. I think that if it's in the government, if it's within the Navajo Nation, I guess if they want to take on that kind of responsibility, that I think that it should be directed towards RDC and not the delegate. I, for one, would never ever, step in the way of a church wanting to be established in my community. But for me, I really felt, conflicted in some ways because, as I stated, I'm an official. I'm an elected official. And I feel like this church is coming to me, asking me for permission to be built in my community or to be transferred from one church to another church. And I don't know if other delegates felt the same way, about that, but I don't like the idea of that happening. And I know that there was mention of a reform that was happening with the legislation or with the law. And that was the reason why I was listening in, is to find out, what is the status of that amendment? What is the status of that amendment for the legislation? And, should we as council continue to be a part of churches getting established in our communities? And that's the reason why I'm listening in. But Chair Nez, if I can get some assistance in getting Government Land Development Office to respond back to the questions that I have regarding the church in my community, I would really appreciate it. I don't know, who else to ask. I feel like as council delegates, we're constantly reminding, the departments and divisions to communicate with other delegates on issues that pertain to their communities. But I haven't been successful in getting a response back. So hopefully I'll get an answer listening to this debate. But I think it does, pose a lot of questions in terms of how involved should government officials be when churches want to be established in our communities. Thank you, Chair Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Let me refer your questions to Mr. Halona and Ms. Abasta. Mr. Halona.
Good afternoon again, Chairman Nez and Resource Development Committee and Delegate Charles Newton. I looked in my emails. You didn't send me an email directly. You sent an email to Mariana Khan and you CC'd us. And I thought Mariana Khan was the one that answered your questions. But we can answer those questions, and that's kind of the issue right now, is that we're dealing with an old code following instructions for missionaries. And that is why the new proposed church site regulations will change some of those requirements, as such as an appraisal, petition of names. That's not even clear. It says a significant number of names must be gathered from the community. How many is that? Is there a percentage? No, it's not written. So there's a lot of things that we would like to change, because others have brought the same questions, the same concerns as well to the land department before, wanting some explanations. And those are some of the requirements that were needed by BIA when BIA was issuing the permits. Now that the nation has the authority to issue its own permits, based upon developing regulations to do so, is why the proposed church site regulations have been developed. And hopefully that will address a lot of the concerns that we are discussing, that we are hearing, as well as you'll also see another part that says that a district councilman can at any point say there are no more churches in our area. Some of those type of things. And those are all in the code. So yeah, there is a question as to how we're going to move forward. But with the proposed regulation is to address those, streamline the process to make it quicker and easier for churches, and the processing, the renewal aspects of it, as well as the authority aspects. So RDC wouldn't need to be involved, and that churches would just go through an administrative process to get their permits and get accounts established for them with OOC and be able to do that. We do have the whole inventory of what we are aware of currently on Navajo, and how many are actually in compliance is just a small handful compared to the number that we have. Many churches are waiting for these new regulations so they can get into compliance quicker and faster without so much other red tape and funding that's needed to do some of the other requirements under the old process. So hopefully that we can be able to do that. We can assist general land development to answer the questions that you posed to Ms. Anna Khan, so we can be able to hopefully move forward and be able to do that quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holona. Ms. Abasta?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Delegate Charles Newton. We will follow up with you and we will go ahead and get those answers, and we'll work with Mr. Holona just as he said. So I will leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Etty. Ms. Khan? Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. had a question. His question is the word secretary. Who is the secretary? On page 2, section 2, line, it's under B, line 12.
Mr. Chair and members of the Resources and Development Committee, these, the Title 16 provisions with regard to mission sites were first adopted by Navajo Nation Tribal Resolution from 1922 to 1951. It is my belief that the word secretary there means having to do with the Secretary of Interior. That's my understanding of that word secretary, and it doesn't. I do not find any other explanation for that word. The word Secretary of Interior is also in the whole statement. Secretary of Interior is within section 1151. And it talks about, it uses the word Secretary of Interior. And so section 1152, it uses the word secretary by itself, not the whole phrase Secretary of Interior. So these regulations, the mission sites, Title 16 provisions were adopted at the time when the Secretary of Interior was involved in the issuance of these mission site permits, and the term Secretary of Interior and Secretary still remain in the Navajo Nation Code. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Khan. Another question was also on the next line of that same section C, missionary or mission group. Would that mean like missionary as far as preachers, evangelists, or priests and all that? And then mission groups, would that be churches, the different denominations and all, Ms. Khan? We would like to have a definition as requested.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paragraph C, if any missionary or mission group, okay, that again, it is the language used when this Title 16 was first approved by the Tribal Council at that time. And there is no definition of those terms in Title 16. There is no definition, and so I cannot give you whether any further information as to the definition of missionary or mission group. In general, those terms are commonly understood to mean those individuals associated with a particular church or religious denomination. Of course, but I tell you again that there is no definition in Title 16 as to missionary or mission group. It's like I've said, it's been interpreted to mean a religious organization or those associated with a religious organization. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. We do have in the queue Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair and RDC members. And just speaking on behalf of the church leases, Mr. Halona, I'll just make my statement real quick. I know you all have a long agenda, but if I may, Chair, just would like to, the recommendation that Mr. Halona stated that Ms. Yazzie Alrina Yazzie had already made the draft of the church leases. And it was going to be dropped, but I spoke to a few RDC members and earlier before COVID and to the chair, and it was decided that we should wait. But I would like to make the request to the members that I'm willing to sponsor that church leases because legislation, because there's many churches in our area throughout the nations that are waiting for the finalized document. We all do need prayer, and prayer is very sacred to us. And so I would just want to make that request if I could just drop the bill that Ms. Alrina Yazzie drafted up so we can hopefully hear the problem with all the pending church leases. I say that respectfully, Chair and RDC members, and to the sponsor and to the agent. Chair, sir.
Thank you for that, Chairman Yazzie. Your request to have this legislation as a sponsor, it can be considered as we get an update from Ms. Khan as to where the request is at, and perhaps we may have a refresher work session before we move forward again, and it might be already be requested at OLC as well. So thank you, Chairman Yazzie, for that. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions on legislation 0158-22? Honorable Begay, you have the floor. Honorable Begay.
Mr. Chair, which Honorable Begay are you referring to? Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Paul Begay, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to perhaps just kind of mainly a statement. The intention of this legislation first is to grant a permit for further operation of Grace Bible Church. I don't know when the expiration date is, but nobody really seemed like wanted to take control and say this is the entity or this is the department that will issue the permit, renew the permit. The feeling at at Grace Bible Churches, we are operating under an expired permit. They feel uneasy about that. So what ego the permit again nego a legislation otherwise United Kid. That but the Grace Bible Church again maybe stipulate that they are granted a new permit and they are legally in the bounds of operating a church on the Navajo Nation. Although United Kitty has the land department and with all other organizations, including the Resource and Development Committee. But right now, Grace Bible Church, with this legislation, like I said, is uneasy about running a church, a faith-based place where, because their permit is not valid, the church, but they need doesn't go hot ego because that is misty. DOJ go the they not legislative office agenda, not because she has that is sleep. They don't need that. Nobody wanted to take control of the of who's gonna administer the permit or renew the permit. United Kid. So how do we satisfy giving the Grace Bible Church a permit so they can feel easy and feel comfortable about running their church at this time? Quite get area up on this case, Chair. Here.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. The legislation again. It's not a renewal. It's not a renewal. So Ms. Khan, if this legislation is not a renewal, it just speaks as a review. Can you make some clarification again, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The terms and conditions of any of the mission site permits do not have a termination date. There, and for various reasons, the churches have come to believe that they are to come to RDC to be renewed every 5 years. And that is a very common misunderstanding. There is, and the assumption is, as was just stated, that if they do not get renewed in 5 years, that they no longer have a valid permit. And as I've said earlier, there is nothing in the Title 16 that sets a term for the mission site permits. There's no term. There is just language that says how the mission site permit will be terminated for failure to pay rent and failure to abide by the terms and conditions. The word renew there's no word renew in either the Title 16 or in the terms and conditions. in the terms and conditions, it says this permit shall be reviewed every 5 years. There is no mention of being renewed. However, the Office of Legislative Counsel receives many requests for legislation to come before RDC for the permit to be renewed. And the churches and missions are fearful that if they do not do this step, that they are in violation of their terms and conditions. I see nothing in the Title 16 or in the terms and conditions which have been approved. Example that was given is the Red Lake Grace Bible Church terms and conditions that require renewal every 5 years. It says to be reviewed. There is nothing that I can point to that says that this church or any of the churches are in violation if they don't come before RDC for renewal. Mr. Chair, as I've stated, that is the essence of this resolution, is to clarify the word review, that it is the administrative responsibility to review. And as I've stated, there's nothing that says that a permit is to be terminated for failure to renew with the RDC. That is my reading of Title 16 and the terms and conditions that missions and churches have signed and had approved through RDC through the years. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan, for your clarification on the language to this legislation that is before leadership RDC. At this time, I'm going to give some time back over to Honorable Paul Begay's agent, Ms. Brown. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much for this time again. Shaha Kadosh not ani do competition dalnishi do nahan dalnishi do at a konta inotsangi shaha. Thank you for this time. I just wanted to clarify that Red Lake Grace Bible Church submitted all required documents at least 6 months in advance of the date of the original signatures that were listed on the terms and conditions of the mission site permit, and that was dated 2/24/17 by Navajo Nation President Russell Begay in the terms on the terms and conditions for the mission site permit for Red Lake Grace Bible Church. And I had received correspondence from the accounts receivable section directing me to make sure that the documents are that we contact the Navajo Nation General Land Development Department at least 6 months before. The language here is before the expiration of the permit to avoid delay of a new of a new permit or adverse actions due to lapse of the current permit. So there is a lot of confusion, I believe, as is being discussed here about the two terms of review and renewal, and they almost seem to be used interchangeably. And when I've called for clarification or have asked, we, as a Red Lake Grace Bible Church, we want to be compliant. We want to abide by the rules set forth, and so we've made our we submitted all the documents that were required by the land department on July 28th of 2021, and noted that we wanted to be well in advance of the 2/24/17 original signature date for the terms and conditions for the mission site permit. And as Honorable Delegate Paul Begay has mentioned, this has been in process since then, since July 28th of 2021. And our desire again is to abide by what is set forth before us. And our request, our respectful and kind request is that we can keep moving forward in the steps that we need to take to get to be in compliance. And so I wanted to clarify that, and we wanted to make sure that we had submitted all our documents at least 6 months in advance to give that proper time that would be needed for all who would need to review. And so, here we are, September 28th of 2022, and as Honorable Begay stated, Paul Begay stated that we want to be able to have all our documents, all our required documents in order, and to be able to be in compliance. So I wanted to share that. Red Lake Grace Bible Church church nas nildo bedadet the church the kushi nache Mizago la anache di con ya ashonde belsa do con skida nache do no wache ka holji con nal sofia andashija do Nahabahuinti dogi ya tandes do ba di con Italia do shlana khibitso jo ko di jo jono shi ban hatni for biga hatole jo ta huinzeno hot not so yahata nel ko konzate handi kon nal so nel ko ya de bahasti do lesto Navajo ba Henson do ba Hetanitzen kodo Red Lake Grace Bible Church nahabandat ni do anna naha yiskensh do lesto Etanitzen ko ya bahasti do lesto. Thank you. I appreciate this time.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for speaking to the issue of this legislation for your church there at Tonalia. And I know Senegi Kodon Hitato Sosigi do di Nida. We're not saying no, we're not anyhow, we're not against the church or others' beliefs. But if we have a legislation request to cover and approve all churches, regulations, mission sites, that be regulations all into one, that would be the better route to take, Honorable Paul Begay. It would cover all churches. This is just my understanding of the work sessions that we have completed. Churches, new churches, renewal, the Bakalgishin is going to be different from reviews. There's no reviews under the new proposed legislation. So everything will be renewed. So it is what I've been question at the station and I'm not honorable members of RDC. Earlier, I did suggest and make a recommendation that it would be better to table this legislation and approve the other legislation that would cover all the churches. So it's up to you what you decide to do at this time, honorable members of RDC.
Chairman Keelan.
Honorable Gay, you have the floor.
Chairman, maybe a point of privilege to either legislative council or Mr. Alona, land department. I believe that none of the mission site leases don't have expiration. They're more just revocable permits. But what's the exception for this church? If I could ask that question to Mr. Alona or Ms. Khan, because the one thing that Georgia certain legislation, as you know, by yesterday, maybe why only one church that we're going to blanket to overall how many churches that we have or mission sites that we have on the Navajo Nation. And then why are we subjecting ourselves to more regulations when we say that run your organization appropriately or as much in good faith, but they not said the competition needs need rather than keep coming back in 5 years. So point of privilege that's Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Ms. Khan, I'll go to you first to respond, and then Mr. Halona. Ms. Khan.
Mr. Chair and members of the Resources and Development Committee, as has been stated, the Title 16 mission site permits do not set a term for any of the mission site permits. And the terms and conditions, example of which is in this legislation, do not have any number of years set as a term. There is no term, a term like such as for right-of-ways that customarily we have right-of-way terms and conditions that say 20 years, and that's standard. There is no such similar language in terms and conditions for mission site permits. I do see on the proposed mission site regulations that have been forwarded to me, their suggestion is to put in a term of so many number of years. There is currently, though, there is no term so many years for the mission site permit. It just states how a mission site permit can be terminated for failure to pay rent and failure to abide by the terms and conditions. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Halona.
Thank you, Chairman Nez, Resource Development Committee, and all those on the line, and other delegates as well. You mentioned some have revocable use permits. What the BIA, when we're looking at some of these churches that we've been working with, some were established back in 1912, 1919, Hushdan with that sheesh. And there was different documents used. Some were using permits, revocable use permits, some set for 20 years, It has all different kind of languages. So every church doesn't have a standard one. But in the code, Title 16 is called that's it. On that code had when the laws were established in the code, Title 16, 1970, all existing and prior permits or whatever was used will be voided without any. Erase it. And then after that, they said 3 years. All churches have 3 years to reapply and get a mission site permit under the new provisions of Title 16. So auto a permit, revocable use permits, and it's all different. There's a church in Eastern that has like a 20-year one. So it's, when BIA was overseeing a lot of this, they changed a lot of their forms. They changed a lot of the documents that were used, even some, just the permit itself to revocable use permit. Some were joint revocable use permits and so forth. So after the nation took over the authority in 2014, of course, 2016 is when we start drafting regulations so we could uniform all of this. Those regulations is for the Navajo Nation to have a standard process, standard language, all using the same forms, the same criteria, same terms and conditions. And I think when you look at the regulations, 5 years, 5 years, the council wanted to control how churches were established, where they were established, and what they could do with the revocable use permits. So they're not, and they're not inside the community for X number of years. That were controlling it by 5 years. Because there's not anything else that we have a time limit of only 5 years. Propose that the they can restart their process. Articles of incorporation, incorporate that later. Establishes your 501c3, they're then nonprofit, those kind of things. So the churches are moving, and so they're changing the names. We're working through those so we can get those done. So again, those new regulations, I think if we go back and revisit all of them, based upon what we heard today and previously, you'll see where we're addressing all the concerns that different churches and different organizations want us to address and have brought up in our comment period of permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halona. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions?
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Chairman, as well as and colleagues and staff. And thank you for this very important discussion. Thank you for this opportunity to have this, deliberation on this topic. And, I have a couple of concerns. The first one, of course, has to deal with laws that we are operating in still today. These laws, our codes are very outdated. And that's what hinders or hurts us a lot too, is that, our laws are, it's like we're still living or operating in the 1980s or 1990s almost. And until we get our laws updated, until we get our codes updated, we're going to still face these same dilemmas. And earlier was mentioned that the BIA or the Interior Secretary had these decisions to make in the 1950s and 1960s. And, we're in 2022 now. But at some point, and eventually I hope a council or future councils can look at overhauling all of our travel codes and bringing them up to date. That's going to be very important. And whether it's this discussion or discussion related to grazing, even our criminal code needs to be updated. All of our codes need to be updated. But we're going to have these same types of discussions until then. And, I just want us to kind of think about that as a whole. My other concern, or we could probably talk about this at the work session, relates to revivals. How do we even regulate revivals? Are they under the same sort of leasing mechanism? Are they regulated? Are they allowed to operate on home site leases? Are they allowed to operate on allotments? I have nothing against revivals, but it's just we don't take these into consideration as well. That's just a concern from me and our side on Eastern Agency. So, Edia, Chairman, those are my two concerns and recommendations as well. Thank you.
Mr. Tahi, can you hear me?
The Chairman, yes, I can hear you.
I got cut off, that's why I'm asking. Honorable Freeland, did you complete your statement?
Yes, Chairman, I did. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland, I got cut off and I didn't get part of your statement. Did you ask a question?
I just made a more or less comment and a recommendation for our work session to discuss revivals as well. I'll include that in our potential discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your statement, Honorable Freeland. Honorable members of RDC, it's up to you, committee members.
Mr. Chair, this is Daniels.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, staff, legislative council, Honorable Council Delegate Paul Begay, thank you for bringing this legislation before RDC today. For discussions, questions, the question I take, the question, but I see. I believe this request. It's a very a simple request. Kodo, do Pantas case of Kodo, the Kodo, Nick Ainge, and again, a on the head later as Red Lake, as has in for a begin. Is that as a Bantahan Metonan as Chinada or Lebanon pin. What I beg his one, I don't know how to or not. That is the what London Lenigi are in the Kodo. He ought not at what end the DD gig to could have been hitting has Mekodo. We hit a yoke head Gikodo, the way down. Nahan not one less Nana Kodo. So that me go and hitting that Mekodo. So Susan Bundo E at a shit head a Kodo. I don't the question about that. See what we're going to go down. Mission site regulation, church site, these regulations that Bada is Zikodo, a quiet order, Abahat, and the Honza equal the Siko. So, Halay, I see, but yes, that's the need being learned for you either. A quiet of Bana, the skid or the Sikodo, not all, just all, the Honza and the Nasu Kamesh, Nana, Dekodo. I don't put on a great dam. Shitna Ash, former Navajo Nation president, I think so, but just that Honorable Russell McGay. I think so, the last term, so you had another the random has what did a question now, but that is missing there now what did a court and the hundred eight or a court eight or one, just so called Katnana today. Because if that's been the by night this kid or let's go in order for the family in order for the church to get a permit to get their permit renewed, what do we need to do? Do we need to do an amendment to insert a language or delete a language from the legislation? What I could not forget the Choto me. Yet, I do not a bit on this or nada in Donana Kodo, so a great more goita without even on a Sunday. For either by night, this kid or the Scotia Zando, a cot on and need for the Edo, or Hanana Edo Lanhal and a co. Or even a great work session on our but or less Lanhal and a co. Quite easy like what Mr. Chair. So do we need to do an amendment in order for the legislation to pass without Mr. Chair? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Daniels. Ninja na bigyasil tikito the koda. Legislation okay the Junday Arabahaljista Eat Abikis Tikit open to correct all of the issues. A code 20 euros to Batlasi, Leto and Hisnahazn Bill. Adol needn't Junda at legislation she Bahaljista Dishin budget that Asian Benin Bahun Lago Ayasa. Could you hold GOAD Quaggy amendment again? Ms. Khan, what is there any recommendations from our legal counsel that we should go ahead and approve this with an amendment? Ms. Khan?
Mr. Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, my listening to the discussion makes it very clear on the one hand that there is a great deal of confusion about the purpose of this legislation and also what in fact the Navajo Nation law is with regard to whether or not a mission or church is required to get what's being called a renewal. Unfortunately, I do not see Department of Justice on this call. to provide their guidance. And I do see a need for the regulations to be approved. In the regulations, it does require renewal. Currently, I see no language for renewal every 5 years. I see review every 5 years, which I have termed in this legislation an administrative function. The amendment, if the purpose of the amendment is to give the Red Lake Grace Bible Church a renewal of their permit, I do believe that that would require a separate legislation, because this legislation talks about review, 5-year review that is in the terms and conditions. So it would be very difficult to make the amendment such that this resolution is a renewal for the next 5 years. Because as I've stated, there is no requirement for a renewal. So that's with regard to the request for an amendment to make a renewal for this particular Bible church. In my opinion, it would take another resolution to do a renewal and to work with Department of Justice for the language for a renewal. The other option that was discussed was tabling this and then completing the regulations, the church mission site regulations. And I see that would be very helpful to do that. And after that is done, then I would have the language to put into a resolution if that is what is going to be approved by RDC for renewal or anything of that sort. Mr. Chair, I do not see the language for renewal. And therefore, I wouldn't be able to make an amendment to approve a renewal for any church at this moment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Khan, for that. Honorable Daniels, do you have a follow-up question?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for that. I don't have a follow-up question, but a comment if we put this on the table, this legislation, when in a way that the regulation to give a lot is it going to be within our tenure or this year up to January? But how does any legislation made of the either lesson and was December but could on grade PDG, is it going to be within next month or 2 months from now? I don't know that the other one is if the sponsor withdraws the legislation and a new legislation to be drafted, how long will that take to renew the become? So
thank you, Honorable Daniels. Ms. Khan?
Mr. Chair, from what the first question, how long before the rules and regulations will be ready to be adopted? The rules and regulations only need to be adopted by one standing committee, and that is the Resources and Development Committee. As soon as I get the rules and regulations, then legislation may be drafted for your this committee's determination. If the Resources and Development Committee would like to have another work session to do more work on the rules and regulations that are being circulated by the General Land Development Department, that would add maybe another month or less, depending on when the work session is planned and how soon I can get the finalized rules and regulations. I did see the rules and regulations that were circulated. I did get a copy from Ms. Anderson Abasta and seemed very thorough. That legislation could be, if there is no more amendments to that or changes to that rules and regulations, the rules and regulations could be adopted at the next 1 or 2 meetings or more. But I would need the finalized version of the rules and regulations, Mr. Chair. The other requests to have legislation drafted to renew the church's permit. I would need to, I could draft something, but again, as I pointed out, I find no language for me to cite to renew. And all I have is to review. If RDC would like to review the legislation, I will draft the legislation for RDC to review the mission site permit for this particular church. If that is the desire of the committee, that you are willing to review as opposed to renew. But I do believe the easiest or the more comprehensive manner is to wait for the finalized rules and regulations to be approved through legislation. RDC is the final authority, and that can be done fairly easily once I get the finalized rules and regulations. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan, for that. Nantai. Pro the legislation Dr. Sosky. Please mute your phones. Please mute your phones. Thank you. Shananta, the legislation that is before us, the church site regulations, right now we finalized it. And we just need to have that legislation drafted and prove it, which will cover all churches. They won't have to review anything, but rather just renew a regulations. So, I know Senegi did a but only hit us so reaching it out. Joe quite navigate hitting Helen Hajgo Lapa Honets. Nil source go the legislations like church art epic estiki give a large leo a hato hot headed or late a art epic estiki or less jordina. So, any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, you have the.
Mr. Chair, thank you. The sponsor of the legislation, Delegate Paul Begay, my brother, I don't know about my desk, I don't Mr. Chair, that's Chairman Ned Gana, I call said on it, so the other legislation again, then it's a lot of dollars. Could I add a guest kit or less more? Yeah, had Ziggy, Khalid about them, Caitlin. So I just wanted to ask you that question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of Resource and Development Committee. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Herman Daniels, for that question. But Grace Bible Church last year that 6 months in advance to get this renewal. The permit itself expired February 24th of this year. The feeling is that our church today need to be permit expired. The other thing is they have agreements with Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, the local post office, EPA, also with the Business Regulatory Office, and that permit has to be current in order for them to run the church. That's where another fear is. They could very well just do away with this the agreement between them because their permit is expired. 14 months ago, they began work on this renewal and getting the permit so that it will be current when that time comes around, 6 months before the expiration date. 14 months of work in this effort, and we're still not anywhere near getting a permit. If the agreement or this workshop that is being proposed addresses all the other churches, but Grace Bible churches, to us and to them, they're operating. They're not officially established to operate the church. Voila. Their pastor or the congregation on Sunday when they come to church, I don't know how they feel. And then all the EPA and NTUA and all the agreements that were in place, invalid. That's their fear, is they don't want the agreement to go away. So that they won't jeopardize the agreement going invalid. But those are just the issues that I want you guys to know. In the churches, I just want you to be aware that the circumstances that is placed on Grace Bible Church because of the inaction for the last 14 months, are we operating officially and legally and without a permit on the Navajo Nation. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for adding that to the legislation that's before us. Honorable Paul Begay, Jigi, Jornela, the Agate go a han Banant Adole into a yes height. Oh, Shinty Arjets and Sto Tobasia without this approval. Out of the post office, that nana not Elshin your kid. Out of EPA, that what egon shit, so no that all. Out of business regulatory, that don't nana dingo. That bitch that all. Equagi. nan eg banina nan asalne ako obet that all cast like a wind and the nehajo so that the zendo the hat cast digging each and the white sasa but or chon like on needs and ignition first an egg on a big eel here home honorable begin ignition but nation so cast all left or such bahana station and
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel here.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Yes, Kodo, Mr. Chair, Kodo behind Vigi Kodo, look at a permit, the permit again, the incident. So Kodo na later, Jaeger and see la Kodo, other Kodo behind Vigi in CUA, ECA, that and we make a directive to go on the grade maybe after the legislation is about so this church and then I thought I thought the hodges I that all cost like what thought I then me that will be that for your director yeah but to these departments could thank you.
So, Honorable Daniels, you're requesting a directive to keep the church in operation?
Yes, Mr. Chair. What are the probably the shot for you? Because look at the as a hasn't for a the church gate in make and that's what. I don't make not Mr. Stowe. I don't how to say it. But for that all cash on from Cotonaga, speak Cotonaga, the regulations they not eat leggy. Before that, with that it was cash on from you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Ms. Khan, could we also approve an amendment to this legislation to issue a temporary approval for perhaps 6 months, and then we'll wait on the church site regulations to be approved, and then it'll cover all churches, Ms. Khan? Like a temporary church operating permit? Ms. Khan?
Mr. Chair, I am looking where to put the directive. Mr. Chair, I would directive. Let's see. I could write the directive saying that the Resources and Development Committee has reviewed the, what is the language that's supposed to happen here? Review and reevaluated the rent of this particular church, and the review is complete. Although RDC has not reviewed the rent and has not reviewed the from the report that was given, it's obvious that the terms and conditions have not been violated. I could make a statement here saying that the church's permit has been reviewed. There's no indication that the church that there's every indication that the church has paid its rent and abides by its terms and conditions. Because that is what is in the terms and conditions require a review every 5 years. I could put it, add the language that the Resources and Development Committee has hereby reviewed the Red Lake Grace Bible Church's terms and conditions and has determined that there is no violation of the terms and conditions and that there is every indication that the church has paid its rent. That is what I could do, make that amendment. And that is all that is required by the terms and conditions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Khan. Honorable Daniels, do you have a follow-up question?
Mr. Chair, I don't have any further questions.
Koro, Ms. Khan, Yahatigi, Honorable Daniels, amendment, no, Koro. The Sadigi Kin, de go Yahati, the church, again, there's no violations of terms and conditions. Koi, what ended Nasco on Nishto lately, what our Abiga, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Khan, if you would draft that amendment for Honorable Daniels.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm doing that right now. It would probably just take 3 sentences.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, would you like to take a break, like a recess for 10, 15 minutes?
Mr. Chair, it won't take that long. I just, the Resources and Development Committee hereby determines that the Red Lake Bible Church is not in violation of its terms and conditions. And here, maybe 5 minutes. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Okay, 5 minutes is fine. Shananta.
Honorable Chair, Delegate Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay, go ahead. Honorable Paul Begay, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, Nance, the members of the RDC committee. Could you, I'd like to ask if you can allow Grace Bible Church, my Grace Bible Church agent to express how she feels about the amendment. If you can give her some time. Thank you.
Koshina, Ms. Brown.
Yeah, not that Kodo Shanat did Ani, Shanat Ani, do Competent Dash Nishido, Handat Nishido Art Soko. Nishit Hadaina Snow could Conhold Jishi here, ba Henson. A core amendment behind any Joe AD Church Annas Iluasto Lesto the not sauce not jahiki not sauce not sausage holong what it me art project ishi bahaj bille na ije not sauce na ije edota ya adil clay edota e Tonas Lini do Tochon and Lenny Honorable Paul Begay not Ani Yahadrigi Lago Nahodikitla Nanal Sausage Hodlon Dosh a Bella as Leon a Nahodlon what it no Junahodikit art project a core da o be Lada as Leada do ella church don kut ego ko binan show not sos art kon hahines de not jeni do art hoko nalsos na hit nanin hekedi ya nan tehgi so yahana nildo na kitamilia jita pa di ita belata azli ako adoshte holsi ko njana nalsos solon jo koje an tot leche holsi jo koshita hadzi ko hatran des hadzi jo na edikit ada holon le ado sate dis kwa na sosta na hodni le queensen go jo ko hatran des hadzi ko ahndi hadzi ho yahatasi ado nakabahun indodles tati no na sos hadadiliado tasi ako ICA ya be na ana silhesto lesto na sos elini ahndi ya ihe holondo les ado pohonselo pohonetsa go ya ko a church kwa na anish kwa sene khashine de kon hitne ton hedli do kon benhas de gashi betho do an ithago bethas do la do sate es adan sate kon bakana alo ko hot ya ana filoso lecho ashande be kon belsa kon nakabanda hachnat ani dan sini ado di ani oyo do hotbahozini do hotbahozingo anant review ado renew ado hit chon the ocean edo dash be lana asli ot ya jo na edikisa ani na national chess na halan hat anna dat edo kuchiko hanana lo ayo asahana ako ad hajo bahozino edon hit ya dan de la church bedet kon bandat ani o kut bahozino go dit ya nalsos nanal ito dit halso nalsos hanan tahto di ko an haho jo at behozno kon pohon silgo be an ko ba hetan sen kon habanda tani ado di lana huinsani di nalsos illini naha handol hesto anna bedeni listoles di kon sajonal hospitalet trosni hesi hata lido dat el klido di kon de personante hit at benal sosta hollo ado trochot en linje dan de EPA with lihagi ajedo hinal sos hollo ko lashi ani do benal sosta hollo da abni nashi da hollo da hot saho do jo ito nisi da do jo be da husband da edo da ya sa do da is khadan linda ko halet al hajo bishhodot halet ala hajo pahdon nesto bishton nesto hait in nal sos thopat hata hit nota jo hot aushin sa hona has out ko hot ya di bindel show kut nal sos handa do hito ni doste bedeni listo hahal di na kitamila ba tos at hi hada ko ille fili doste ya di kon da do listo di ya behas hatnigi ya da il edo na sos endel qui na kit at na dizel do beso da nan dehi because lahi da at Johanna hinte ko hala di yat eho ko na fos sineldo yat eho na don sto akato was to ko so dizen bahande se o so dizen yego na lish ado ille ado bahas ko ya quit out church do Red Lake Grace Bible Church so dizen band-aid listo qui target da aneskun atlahnid leho so dizen de okay ni kwasen kon hashin de ni asfone but that is I be bat na has I do so dizen ya da okay ado stop not ani ado kon the nabis na hasta bakai not ani ado di kon latin hahot so bitasineli da not ani ado asfone la ado kon hashin so art on he garden that art so bas hot zendo kon ilchon et zili to the yen bebich test the yen bezad etanit ado la ani the ka or what do anna the ka and the what do le to hot the test a ko not so sigi ille dolle do anna illi dolle to I see a lako balana winsen a ko dina anna sis dolle a shonde ko shnat ani da masini do ko kon za ho se khata inosno banda on hol she in frago le shejek adet ade she ba hensen do kon Red Lake Grace Bible Church hadne do elders da bet niyat an has tani do yahanna jahi jo do ya she kodo nakhabanda trinigi do anna sil khstolis ashonde hala do astaha nal sos et eda do apide et at edande la anko petet kushte hotni nal sos elani shna holla hotni ko adigi nakhabanda trinigi sheha Pago sheha do ba shehensen could hanana sito le sheha
Okay, Miss Brown, aroba hinchiki di kwagi shad be dan hadit ahe aja church ba hadalia ki terms and conditions bakagi le che bigo neto na kitra dahana number 8 and number 12 the fees bakao ya yasti ki kwagi I anan agi del ako number 12 the nego filing and annual fees nego baka a kodi koro amendment ki be la si clean khait are alago kujmanan is inigi general land development department or land department ki akuyena nishiki gi beta dal chon laga nigi sto del do hato tati nida the job has on his own because kito on chas kes around the job nas for ni ikit the anagaidan hitatan nalchos a conhol just regulations church art abikest kito late benny the kore nits benach di ki khast asi khanal in hila a koto to ida be lan lehiki to church ki to ta to beti nida konditibe has aniki hajoban chas kes nabikias hito hajo aliago anda ta ha naskitante Obe la si tlinko stoti the koda regulations gibe lana si tlinko a hot in the arjet don hik ist hit nana dolle. So that's church gi now nation got the big ist hiko yaron has tado late hiki del. A saibe bala si tlinko go. Ayon nan sto hot ego go. A coat and the lachit up on a jaga because hit all lately. A jigin habachonits and the NTA besnat, National Post Office, to EPA around the Kate Lehi East Ohio Nina. A Koti RGG Business Regulatory has RG store a cochate a labest a gate a on Nash Hodol, Niniki Del, behas Ani. A collagoban sahak sto yat ehoshin bat so that doesn't go out there. A bendashing kujanda so gives a koti choir hot eggy. Bahast a ne kahajical labest ero eleniki dale edida. So, Ms. Khan, are you done with that amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm just about ready to send it to you. Thank you.
Okay.